welcome you back to another episode of Lancescurv. You know, we talk about so many different types of topics that if anyone was to ask you, what does he focus on? Well, it's a grab bag. It's a, what do you call that ball that you hit? The pinata. You don't know what's going to come out at you. But the more and more we move into this time period of things that are so obvious to a few of us, that we need to get ourselves prepared and ready, because the majority of us are not aware. I speak about this all the time, about how social media was created as a good thing, but it's a double-edged sword. How it has lulled many of us to sleep. How many of us go a whole day without looking up at the sun because we have our head bowed in prayer to social media and the smartphone. That's a dangerous place to be. Many of us, I feel, and this is my opinion because I'm not a doctor, I believe that those who may have had mental issues that were manageable or undetected have now had them unearthed. Like that long spoon stirring up the chocolate mix at the bottom of the milk cup. Now we have issues now. Now we have a blurred sense of reality. And we're focused on the carnal. We're focused on the hedonistic. We're focused on everything worldly as according to plan. That's how I feel. And I've said this before. I've said it before that really and truly, we as human beings, the whole planet is taken over right now. The whole planet is on the precipice of a doom, not just a physical doom, but a spiritual doom. Hence the title, Are You Spiritually Prepared for the Fight of Your Life? Many of us think that the minute that we transition or leave this earth, that's it. How foolish can you be? I'm not even just speaking about a religious conversation. Religion and spirituality can overlap in a perfect world, but the way it is now is totally separate. If you want to speak about the church has been compromised, beyond compromised. The church now has been hijacked. When you're on that plane, you're sitting next to somebody who may be a little overweight. Even though there's a divider and an armrest between those two seats, you can feel the weight of them pushing you over, so you have to move over. You're compromised. But when someone has smuggled a knife or some type of weapon that they didn't catch, and they run up to the pilot and bust into the cockpit and put a knife to his neck and say, you're not going to San Francisco, you're going to Alaska, you're going to Mexico, you're going to South America. That's being hijacked. And right now, we're severely hijacked. Our minds are already defeated. Not all of us, but the majority of us. But now, coming down to the spirit being, that's where the nitty-gritty is. Because all this worldly stuff will perish. And I'm not like the crazy guy down at Main Street with the sign in the front and the sign in the back saying the world is going to end. The planet will continue. The planet will continue. But this order, the way it is, it's going to end. And there'll be a new dawn and a new day. But we're going to have to get through this. And this demon and this devil is not going to let go. So when I say demon and devil, they say Lance lost his mind. Lance is off his rocker. Lance is talking crazy right now. He's got we know he loves boxing. So you're going to fight two fighters with horns in their head? Have you lost your mind? Are you sitting up in that house too long? Maybe you need to eat a greasy burger or something to bring you back to life, eating up all them fruits, brother. No, I don't mean it that way. You see, every institution, every platform, every means of entertainment has been hijacked. That's a direct shot into your mind. And we don't know it because it's a shot that we willingly take. We take that shot of these filthy Hollywood TV shows and movies. We take that shot of the music that is infused with filthy, decadent lyrics so our young girls and young boys can hear it and become over-sexualized immediately, missing out on their childhood. Then they're brought into a world of materialism, sexuality, crime, narcissism. Trust no one. It's all about me by any means necessary. These mindsets should not be introduced into the minds of our children so young. Our children now do not have a childhood. They're exposed early. And if you think that you're watching them 24/7, if you bought them that phone, that's the same loaded gun that they're using to blow out all sensibilities that you think they know. And then when we go get called to the schools, all of a sudden, it couldn't be my child speaking like that. My child couldn't have done that because your child has become shrewd enough to mask that monster that is growing inside of them. But we don't want to say that. Working in corrections for many years and with the incarcerated, the first thing many of the mothers would say, not my baby. That's my baby. Don't sentence my baby to life. But your baby took multiple lives. This is the hijacking. We're spiritually dead. We feel no remorse. We feel no compassion. We feel no sympathy. We feel no empathy for our fellow human beings now because of that shot that we took to the brain. No, we're not talking about a bullet or a hollow point. We're talking about this stuff that's in our mind, and we're like marionette puppets being orchestrated and moved, a ventriloquist dummy saying the things that we don't really want to say, but it sounds so sweet after a while. Our brain is removed and replaced by another mindset. So what are we going to do? Are we going to cry for everybody who does not want to hear what we have to say? I'm not the end-all, cure-all of everything. I got my own fights. I got my own two demons in front of me that I got to fight. At least I'm winning. But the fight's not over yet. Never think that you can just go on in and let some jackleg pastor tap you on the head and it's all right. Because the tapping of the head is symbolic of what should be going on the inside of you. And if you turn around and you're thinking the same way, you're not saved. None of us is saved as long as we indulge in these things in the world and think we can at the last minute turn around and oh God, you know my heart. Well, check the history on your computer, brothers. You know your heart. All I see is porn. All I see is sports. When I look at what's trending, every day when I try to get a grip on what's going on in the world, and I say, let me go to Google and see what's trending. Let me go to Yahoo and see what's trending. I'll swing by TMZ to see if there's any sensationalistic thing that I need to talk about and spin it around in a righteous way. And guess what? Most of what I see is sports. Out of the top 10 things, it's always sports or always something in the entertainment world. But what about reality? Our children need us. We're not grooming them to be spiritually strong. We're not even grooming them to be physically strong and be strong in the world, to have discipline. We're letting the smartphones raise them up. And this is what the evil forces of the world, no matter what you call them, the devil, Satan, Beelzebub, whatever you call them, we don't see them. It's a force. See, and so we're so caught up in the eyes, the lust of the eyes. Show me, prove to me. And if we don't see it, it doesn't exist. Brothers, you see that beautiful woman coming down the street looking you dead in your eye with a soft voice? I'm not demonizing women, but that's how Satan is going to get most of us. If you're not already into drugs, if you're not already into crime, things that will lead you to death or incarceration for life and also death. What is the trajectory of our lives as long as we continue to indulge in the things that we indulge in? Are you spiritually prepared for the fight of your life? We have Queen Nefertiti here, and I would like for her to chime in and let's talk about it. This show is not going to be 10 hours long, and we're going to stay on topic because it's necessary. and we're going to drop the link later for anyone who wants to add on a little piece. But the bottom line is, these times, it's nothing to play with. We have these things going on in front of our eyes, and we look at it like it's entertainment, but it's not. This is real. Do you know what time you'll be leaving up out of here? I don't know. You don't know. And I happen to feel that there might be a little more behind me than there is ahead of me. Unless I live to 123 years old, doubling my 61 years and adding on a year. I'm not scared of the next level, because I'm doing what's right and what I need to do to clean myself up on this level. See, once you finish the 4th grade in elementary school and you complete the whole curriculum, during the summer vacation, you might be a little fearful and say, oh, to your classmate, I saw inside the 5th grade books, and those books are so hard. I don't know if we can make it when we get there. But you have no choice, because once you finish the 4th grade, little do you know it, but you're already a 5th grader. So once you do what you have to do on this level with a sense of urgency and sincerity, you're already ready for transition. Queen Nefertiti, I know you have something to say. Come on in, share it with us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome anybody that's here. Thank you for just fellowship. Thank you for the opportunity to be at a fellowship and share.
Yes.
I know that your platform has different people of different religions, different everything, but I love to go by the Bible. So I did want to start off with a scripture that I think is completely appropriate for your title. And thank you for doing this topic, because it's scary times right now.
Yes.
And to be spiritually prepared, it sounds cliche. I grew up in the church. I don't know if you grew up in the church.
Yes, I did.
You always hear about being spiritually prepared for stuff. And 1 second.
Yeah, take your time, sweetheart. Take your time. Yeah, that's what it's all about, because we have a lot of even if we don't speak on such a huge level, every day there's things happening in our lives. Every day, good things happen in our lives. I'm not going to say it's bad things that also happen, but unexpected things that we need to be prepared of, that will chip away at our veneer and weaken us, because it's going to be rapid fire. When we get closer to the last round of the fight, and it's been a back and forth battle, that opponent is going to try to pull off the win. And that's where we are now. But go ahead, sister. I know you're back.
Yes. So I'm at work right now. So, but you know what? I have spiritual warfare working everywhere. So, but it's, if you grew up in the church, you always hear this word. So things that you hear all the time, like be spiritually prepared, it could almost catch you cliche. But what's interesting is, as you get older, you realize those cliches came from somewhere. They came from something that you're like, whoa, this is a spiritual battle. I don't know anyone that's not suffering right now. Some people who are rich, they're suffering in their marriage. Some people who are happily married, they're suffering in their finances. Some people who are happily married, rich, they're suffering in their health. They done got the the thingy thing, the shooting shoot up in the arm, whatever's going on. We are in a spiritual battle, but more than ever right now, all these external forces are coming against us from outside. And what's interesting is the people who were called conspiracy theorists are now being told that, oh, it's true, because they are really coming out with everything. Nothing's hidden anymore. So I wanted to hijack your conversation a little bit with a scripture, and not only go on with, are we spiritually prepared, but what does it mean? How do you become spiritually prepared? What does it take? And so right here in the scripture, and whether you believe scripture is literal, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're an atheist, you can get something out of this, because I've heard you talk about that too. It doesn't matter what your religious belief is. Truth is truth. So I want to read from Ephesians 6:10. Look, I'm not going to put you on the spot, Lance. What does that say? If you were in church listening.
Okay, so the actual scripture?
Yes, I'm teasing you.
Oh yeah. You caught me. I'm like, you know how sometimes they got to flip and try to get to it real quick, so that they look down like, okay, I'm praying, but I'm really thumbing, and the whole church looking at you. Oh man, that's the
Were
worst
you
feeling.
listening in Sunday school?
Exactly.
Or in
See, and you
Zoom?
know what I do just to add in? As soon
What?
as soon as I hear them mention the scripture, I'll run to it. That way you're not gonna catch me. As soon as I hear you mention it, by the time you say the sentence, oh, do you know what that means? Oh, yes, I do it. I'm refreshed and I can say it. Oh no, I don't sleep on that.
So
Ain't
for
gonna get me like that.
So for anybody that's under the sound of our voices right here, get prepared. We're going to read just a little bit from Ephesians, the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 10 through 18. So get your Bibles ready or just listen. And this theme of these few verses is called the armor of God, because that goes with what your topic is. Are you spiritually prepared?
Yes.
The armor of God. Okay. Yes, it reads, the good scripture reads, finally, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything, to stand. Stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep on praying for all the Lord's people. That is the verses, and these are so powerful. Because even if you don't take everything from a spiritual place, it tells you how to defeat dark forces and how to be spiritually prepared. It says the full armor of God. You can replace the word God with something that's right and righteous. What is the full armor of God? It tells you these principles to have: righteousness, readiness, peace, faith, salvation, all of these things, prayer, and reading the scripture. Like, all of these things are, how many of us are really ready for that? How many of us are prepared in that way?
Most don't want to face it. When they take inventory of themselves and they realize that it took so many years of their life to get that house, to get that car, to get that status. And I'm not angry with anybody who has worked hard and wants to enjoy the finer things in life. But everything has to be brought up in balance. You can't put up a tripod and have two legs all the way straightened out and have one leg shortened. You
That's right.
see? Because if you let it go, it's going to fall. So it has to be balanced there. If you put the tripod up and say each leg extends to 5 or 6 feet, let's say 6 feet, but then two legs are extended to 6 feet, but the other one is extended to 5 feet 10 inches. It may not be noticed by the eye as much, but it's going to tip that camera over. So we can go for a while like that before it falls all the way. But when the wind blows or somebody bumps into it and troubling times come, then we're going to see what we're made of.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not against the material because we live in a material world, but we can't put the balance, the onus of our energies toward just that. Okay, there's people would say, well, look at you, Lance. You moved to Africa and you built that house. But you got to live somewhere. And it was a shrewd move for me, but I don't worship it. Because if I had to be called up out of here, out of this life right now, and I know I'm doing the right thing, I'm good with that. And as a matter of fact, that date is written in stone. Someone knows it. The one who made me knows this. I don't know it. And it's that way for a reason. Because if we knew it, we'd party right up until the minute before we're supposed to leave.
Mm-hmm.
This is an obstacle course. This is a test. This is a placement examination. Because at 61, if I live till 80, which is 19 years, or 90, which is 29, or 100, which is another 39 years, I really don't care the time right now. Yes, I want to hang around a little bit more and enjoy certain things and see certain things. I'd love to see a grandchild. But if that doesn't come, I need to be ready on the inside, because regardless as to how much you have, when it's time to go and you know it, imagine that. A lot of us are not going to have the luxury of what the world would call a deathbed. I'll call it a transition bed, where you sit around and you know that old age is coming upon you and you're not in pain, but things are slipping.
Mm-hmm.
And the family knows that it's soon going to be time. And whoever's far away, they fly in. They greet each other before they even get to the hospital or to the home, which is the best way. And when they see each other, they're glad to see each other, but they understand that at this time, this is not about hugging and saying, hey, let's go party, let's go eat. Great grandmama's going to leave soon. It's almost a quiet, peaceful time when the family gets around and holds hands and gives her that send off. It could be a great grandfather, grandmother. It could be a child. Let's hope not. But if that's the will of the Creator, so be it. But we're not, most of us are not going to have that. Like I said, there was a woman who used to ride my bus when I was driving the bus and living in Orlando, Florida. And she got an electric scooter, a moped. It goes by different names. And she worked locally and she lived local, so she didn't have that much of a commute. But she told me how nice it was to be able to go direct to where she had to go. So I'm driving the bus and I see her on the other side and she waves at me. And I wave back to her. And I went down to the end of the route, took a layover for 15 minutes as it was in the schedule, turned around and came back. And the traffic was backed up on both sides. And there was an accident that happened. And as I got closer, I understood the accident was on the other side of the road, not too far from where I saw my friend. Didn't even know her name, but she was friendly. And I saw her bike smashed. I saw her groceries all over the place. And I saw her helmet maybe about 25 feet from where her body was. So her head got ripped off. Not all of us are going to have the luxury of a deathbed or a transition bed. So I'm not saying this to say, oh, you got to go do this, but take inventory of what you are on the inside and what you're really living for. And does it really matter at the end of the day? Because nice people, evil people, grouchy people, stupid acting people, party people, everybody is going to transition. So appreciate what you have now, but make the most of your day. You can have fun. If you have a significant other, you can have all kinds of fun. But the thing is that You live in balance. Balance is the key to everything. Depending on what climate you live or what part of the world, you have seasons. Me
Mm-hmm.
growing up in New York City, there was winter, spring, summer, and fall. And each season was something. Each season was for something. I don't know if I blacked out for a second, but you know,
No,
every time I go live, I start to get a lot of phone calls for some reason,
I'll
right?
keep talking. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, we need to know where we stand because the test will come, and we will get placed according to. And in religions, that's the way it is across the board. There is always accountability for your actions. In nature, that's the way it is, and nature's a great teacher. Even if we didn't have Bibles, even if we didn't have Qurans and Torahs, nature tells us because nature, aka the creator, works through nature to tell you things. I've learned so much by going out in my backyard, in my yard, and just standing there and sitting down for a couple hours and observing what goes on. And I learn lessons on a simple level. It doesn't have to be complicated, but order and balance is what we need to have in our lives more so, because that will help us to be prepared. You don't see a boxer who's training for a big fight coming up, strongest opponent, most dangerous opponent, but he's out partying at night. Yes, we've seen some fighters do that, but they pay the price. They're going to be accountable for not training properly and living balance. Go ahead, my sister.
Yeah. And so you did good by moving out there. A lot of us want to move. I would love to move to Africa, but for those of us who can't right now, who can't move away, we're trapped in circumstances that are extreme right now. Our music is attacked, been attacked for so many years. Our movies, our food, our water, our churches, all our churches, they got all these political things going on in our churches. I came here to find God. Why are you up in here talking about, letting a politician do something for us? And then all the churches are backing the Democrats, and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, but why are the churches all up in that? What the churches are failing you. Every area is failing you. This is not a message of doom. This is a message to say when you're cornered on all sides, your topic is how do we win? How do we keep standing? That was the scripture that I read was from Ephesians 6:10-18. How do you keep standing? You either got your eyes closed and your head's in the sand, you're going to be just taken. It's like you just standing there and a tsunami's coming. You have to prepare yourself. They're warning us
Yes.
right now. They got the grid outage. That was just a trial run. The so-called pandemic, what I call the plandemic, they're saying they just put another $1 billion or whatever. Don't quote me on the amount. It's an insane amount of money. They just put it into, quote, V preparedness. I'm using the letter V. We know what that means. Injection preparedness. Billions of dollars when it's homeless people, when I can't pay my rent and most people can't, when people can't afford food and housing and gas and all that stuff, and you're going to talk about something in the future. So they're planning the pandemics that they're having, grid outages that are having. What would most of you do right now if the grid just went down? Everything just went down. Lance, you would be okay over there. You would be okay over there. But most of us here would not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so we talk about how to prepare physically, store up some tuna and some lava beans and some navy beans. Sorry, not lava beans, navy beans, because the navy beans and rice and stuff. You know what? When the pandemic first happened, they said store up food. Remember we had that toilet paper outage? Oh my God, people went.
Yeah.
When we had that was a real emergency. You found out that
Fighting over it.
toilet paper was like equal to not having water. Like, why? Not for people who live in Ghana who use leaves, but for us who have the luxury of indoor toiletry. When you have the luxury of indoor toiletry, you can't use no leaf. You need paper. You need toilet paper, and people was fighting over toilet paper. Did you see any of those videos where they was broke down fighting like in the Walmart and stuff over one piece of
Yeah, that white lady with the pickup truck with all that toilet paper. I saw that.
yes. So
Wow.
imagine if we weren't prepared, you, and when I say you, I'm talking about us as a people,
You
humanity.
understand?
You're not even prepared how to live without toilet paper, let alone with a grid outage, without electricity. Or if they put out another pandemic something, and then, you know, they say you got to stay in the house because you're going to catch something that may or may not be true, but who put it out? Or if the economy collapses, if there's no more cash suddenly because they say the grid outage, you can't get nothing from the bank and you can't do nothing online, and you know you can't get access to your money. That happened. You can't travel because there's no planes. There's only so much. What I was saying was, when the pandemic came about, they said stock up on food. So I went and spent like $1,000 on food supplies. You know what? All that food in 2024 is now spoiled. It's now
Oh man.
spoiled. It's expired. And it had 2.5 year expiration dates. It was long, but it's expired. What is my point? That even though you prepare physically as much as you can, you might have a bunch of cash in your house, but if there's no more money in that sense and you can't do nothing with it, what is cash? When the Titanic was going down, the millionaires couldn't even do nothing with their money. So your money, your quote money, if it's in the bank and the grid goes down, you can't get it. If the system of cash stops working, your cash is just paper. It's not gold. You can't eat gold anyway. If the grid goes out, you got no lights, you got no internet, you got no phone. Our phones are not even connected to anything. So let's not even talk about your children don't even know if they're a boy or a girl, or they don't even know if they're a he, she, or a they. You know, in the Bible, legion is a multiple demons at once. It's a they. They is demonic. When you're speaking of one person being a they, it's either demonic or mentally ill. In every single area, these demonic forces are blocking us in. So there is only so much physical preparation that you can do. You can buy all the food you want, but it will expire. Rats will
Exactly.
get in it. Weevils will get in it. I like popcorn, and I bought some popcorn from somewhere and just left it on my refrigerator. About 6 months later, it was still kind of there in the jar. I poured it in the popcorn thing. I mean, it's popcorn kernels. It's not the kind you put in the microwave, the kind of real popcorn you put in the popper. I started
Right.
pouring the little kernels in the thing, and I started seeing these little black things, and I was like, what is this?
Oh no.
Oh, it was so giving me the creeps. I can't eat popcorn, but
Oh
it gave
no.
me the creeps because I'm like, well, this top is sealed tight. So when I bought it, it wasn't, I didn't see little black things in it, and it's sealed tight. So I went and did my Google search because I'm kind of get freaked out about stuff like that. I did a Google search. It says, well, those kind of things are probably already in the food anyway, in a microscopic level, maybe the eggs, maybe the whatever. And in time, even though it's sealed, they come out. So
Wow.
these things on earth will expire or rot or get stolen or get taken or be no more useful. The only thing we have that's permanent and eternal is our spirit. And if we trade our spiritual wealth and our spiritual strength and our spiritual fortitude for things that are going to rot or be taken, that's like trading gold and silver for aluminum foil because the color is silver. And not even the harsh, the tough aluminum foil. If you got aluminum foil from the 99-cent store, oh my
Oh
goodness,
man.
that stuff just rips up.
Breaks right up. Yep.
Big piece of fish on foil, and the fish just fell right through it. I was like, this cheap stuff. And my mama was like, what you expect? You got it for 99 cents.
Right.
I said, no, it wasn't 99 cents. It was $2.99 because the 99-cent store, it ain't 99 cents no more. So, this is not to scare us. This is to say, this is what's happening. All these things are closing in around us, and the demonic forces are coming out in these beings that might look like humans that so-called run the world, and they do run this world.
Yep.
If you're spiritual, you know that this world is run by dark forces. So we have to be here, and we have to have that balance, like you said, and we have to seek, have peace. And just like the scripture in Ephesians 6:10-18, it tells us while we're here on this earth, how to withstand and be still standing. But we have to understand that as we try to prepare and get all our tuna and our beans and all that, that is not our primary line of armor. Our primary line of armor is spiritual strength. That's what we need right now. And so, are you spiritually prepared? Everybody needs to ask themselves that question. We're busy asking ourselves, how do we get physically prepared in case the stores are closed? Okay, tuna or whatever, cans of this and that. But the most important is our eternity. It's our eternal lives, because you ultimately cannot control how long you're going to be here on earth. You didn't control when you were born, and you're not going to control when you die. Nobody knows unless they commit suicide when their time of transition is going to be. We don't know that. Right. We just do the best we can, and we all have to have some kind of higher spiritual something to hold on to.
You got that right. You got that right. Just to piggyback off of what you said, I was speaking to a friend of mine, and I was speaking about what you were saying about no cash, no grid. And he didn't seem to understand that even though they say that we need to hold on to some cash, we need to get food, if this thing happens, if it happens, see, the other one was a mild one. If this one happens, imagine whatever savings you have in the bank gets wiped out. If you have a pension or Social Security and this grid is down, do you think any part of it is working where there are people in the office saying, oh, Lancescurv, he's 5 months behind on the Social Security, so let's mail him a check. And what am I going to do with a check? The grid's down. There's no AC in the bank. They'll be sweating. They're not going to pay them. There's no more money. Well, he said, I'm going to go on Amazon. And what are you going to do on Amazon? There's no internet. Your card doesn't work. You don't understand. We're going to be forced to barter. There will be no money and no means of exchange other than bartering, or you prepared by making your purchases now. I mean, we're speaking on a spiritual level, but this is common sense. So some people have so much faith in this system, this man-made system that has seduced us, that we think that somebody's going to come along and on a white horse. Yeah, you're getting the white horse coming at you, all right, but that's the one you think, to swoop us away and everything's going to be all right. I trust the government's going to do the right thing. The government is going to flat leave everybody. And those in government who can jump down to their underground bunkers and these CEOs and celebrities, whoever's chosen, they're not thinking about you. And a lot of them are. Yeah, go ahead.
They planned it.
Exactly. Exactly. Just like 911. When there were certain people who didn't show up on that Tuesday morning. Certain people. Kanye West, you had a problem with him. Certain people didn't show up. And are they loving? I'm not going to go on them too hard right now, but are they loving to the rest of it? To say, hey, this is going to happen. No, the hell, we got ours out of there. We're not going. Let it happen.
And not only that, some others who are connected to them did the stock market and made billions, pulled out, and pulled in, took out money from the right stock that was about to flop and put in money for the stuff that was about to go up.
Exactly.
And so
how about that?
We could chase the enemy and talk all day about what they're doing and what their plans are. They're always going to outsmart us in the physical sense in their house. This is their house. So what
Yep.
we're talking about is being prepared, how to live in that house while we're here, because this is a temporary place. I don't know anybody that's been here forever. Physical realm, you might, Lance. I don't know how long they live over there in Ghana. You might be here in 100 years. We might, over here in the West, we might be gone.
No, well, you see, even over here, remember, you know, we romanticize the motherland lots of times. I'm over here. And many of the people who are here are just as lost as anybody else on the planet because of the colonizer, because of them putting down their own practices and own cultural practices that they do, because everything else on the outside must be better. So I was a bit disappointed to see, and I think ignorance is too strong a word, but I think it's appropriate that there's so much ignorance over here and self-hate and religion, to the point of just being something that you do, but nothing that you use to guide. Now, you know, on this channel, I've always knocked religion, the way people practice it and the things that they do, but religion is like that crutch for the broken leg. It's supposed to support you until that leg heals, until you can walk and eventually run on your own. Religion is like that runway for the plane, that when you really catch it and understand it, in your spirit, when you grow, you can take flight because you understand the parameters and what should be done. If I say 2, 4, 6, 8, you already know, if you have a sensible mind, that it's 10, 12, 14. I'm not going to sit here and hold your hand until you get to 1,000,000, every other number, because you already got it. But over here, they're stuck on just one thing and they haven't taken off the runway. And they're not incorporating a lot of things because they go right on to other things, which some of it is natural to a point, but then they're going into it on what's spit back to them satanically. We'll put it that way. And so that's the default thing that many of them do. So they're not having those voids filled. There's not the real joy. When you hear them sing, you don't hear the joy in their voice. When you see them in the street, you see a hard face and a sense of hopelessness and doom and emptiness. Not everybody. No, not everybody. There's some very nice people here, but I'm living here and I know if I tell you the stove is hot and you touch it for half a second, you're like, oh, I can feel it's a little warm. But if I say, put your hand on there and keep it there, you'll try, but it's not going to last long because you're going to understand what hot is. Now, being here, and I mean, this is a side note because we're not really speaking about Ghana, but I just wanted to finish up on that. You can utilize what many people fail to utilize. You can appreciate what many people here fail to appreciate, who have no concept of what America and the UK and these other places where it's more intense, they want to go to, but I'm letting them know, you don't even know what you have here. Talk to your brothers who have gone and can't come back because they're working 2 jobs, have so much bills, they can't even get up enough money to get a plane ticket or to ship certain things out, that they're stuck like a fly on fly paper, buzzing until they die. So if we will only have unity, right? But we don't even have that. And it's our unity that's going to help to save us, right? I'm not saying it's going to help us completely because we have
So
to
it would
be
help us
right within
completely.
ourselves.
It would
Yes,
help.
yes, it would. Yes, it would.
It
Yes, it
would
would.
help us completely. And you were about to say that we have to get right first, but being right first is a prerequisite of unity, because I can't unify with you if I'm not unified with myself first.
That's right.
And most of us are
That's
not
right.
unified with ourselves. We don't even know ourselves, let alone be unified with ourselves. And what does being unified with ourselves mean? It means being at peace. It means having that balance that you said. It means knowing who you are. You mentioned religious a bit ago. Religion. To me, I'm a Christian. And I don't get caught up in people who say, well, that's this or that's that, or I'm a Muslim, or I'm not any of those, or I'm just whatever. But my definition of religion, although Christian is my religion, my definition of religion is just clothes for spirituality. Religion is just the close of spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be able to express spirituality in some physical material form while we're here in this body. So
Indeed.
religion, see, people have wars over religion, but that's like having wars over your clothes. That's not you. I can change my clothes. I can clean my clothes. So my religion is just the spiritual, the clothes that I have, you know, my spirituality in. Let me say that.
Yes.
Let me say that correctly, what I'm trying to say. Religion is just the clothes of spirituality. So we
Right.
are fighting over these clothes. And that's why, as a Christian, quote, which means basically I follow the principles of Christ and I have studied the Bible and I like the principles in the Bible. And so that's why that's the clothes that I wear to express my spirituality. But if my brother or my sister says, well, my clothes are a different outfit, I'm a Muslim, or my clothes are just Hinduism, or I don't have no name for it, it's just I just worship the essence of whatever, whether it's Elohim, whether it's God, whether it's Jesus, whether it's whatever. It's not the name that we're talking about. It's the essence of what it is. It's the essence of that.
Exactly.
So religion, a lot of us who think we're so bigger than religion will insult a religion, but we have to understand what the function of religion should be. But if it becomes dysfunctional, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You just have to get it corrected. And so
Right.
we are so caught up in Africa, in America. I'm talking about the Black people now. We're the most religious people on earth. Maybe the Native Americans are kind of religious. I think they're more spiritual than religious. We are so
Right.
super religious. The fault with that is we're not spiritual. We're not. If we were spiritual, we would be able to utilize the wealth that we have. God gave
Yes.
Africa so much wealth. God made
Oh, yeah.
Africans and African people not to need any other place or people on earth. We have the richest resources and we're the poorest people.
Yeah.
That's because we
Say
lack
anything.
spirituality. So we're wearing these clothes, but we have nothing inside of them. Religion is the shell. So we've lost that. I believe we used to have it, but somewhere along the way, whether that was back in Egypt, whenever, we have lost that. Are you spiritually prepared? Hell no, ain't none of us collectively spiritually prepared. And if we were, we wouldn't be in the condition we were in right now. We could instantly fix this. The people who are, quote, evil, they're a minority in terms of numbers.
Yes.
It's less billionaires and trillionaires than there are poor people, so-called poor people, when we're talking about money.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not together. If we just said, no, we're not going to do it. No, we're not going to let you poison our water. We're not going to let you poison our food. We're not. And we're not thinking. And now here we are with Kamala. This is a total psyop. And most of all my friends, Black friends in particular,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
are like, we got to get behind the Black woman. We got to get behind the Black woman. Anybody that says that, I know they're not spiritually awake. Because even if you vote for her because you think she's the lesser of the evil, that's even a different energy than saying, oh, we got to vote for her because she's a Black woman. Because she's a Black woman. But
Right.
is she Black? Is she African in the spirit? We're talking about clothes again. Her clothes is a Black woman. Her clothes is Black in terms of, being Jamaican. Her father's of African descent. He looks even mixed up, actually. He doesn't even look full African descent,
Right.
like a lot of Jamaicans are fully African, fully Ghanaian or whatever. Her father,
Mm-hmm.
he looks like he's mixed up. So she has some African in her in terms of ancestral, but that's just the clothes she's wearing. People, we have to look beyond the skin color and the clothes that somebody
Yes.
has on the skin clothes that she has on and say, we're going to vote for her. What has she done for us? She's going all over Africa, teaching things that are against our culture and our beliefs.
That's
and
right.
saying that we're going to be sanctioned as Africa. We're going to be sanctioned from the money you stole from me. You won't give it back to me if I don't follow your rules. What is wrong with us? We are not spiritually prepared as a people. We're not. We're not. Starting from Africa.
Yes.
African American is just the fruit. The rotten fruit. I don't mean African Americans are rotten. I'm saying our conditions. We are just the fruit of the root that's from Africa. The problem started there. The problem started there. Spiritually, we lost our way. And all of our resources and everything were being pimped. We became the harlot, the slut. And when I say the slut, I'm saying a slut instead of a prostitute because we're not even getting compensated.
Wow.
We're not even getting compensated. And here we are right now, our so-called leaders just giving everything away. And we're just running to the West, running to Europe. We're running away from our resources. All the resources are right there, and we're running away to come to where the resources they stole from your house are being used here. So you're running here? This is all spiritual sickness. No, we're not spiritually prepared. We're not. That's the answer. We're not. But we're on this show to talk about solutions. That's why I'm here. Solutions. How to get spiritually prepared. Right there in that scripture. I don't care what your religion is. If you follow Ephesians 6:10-18, you will become spiritually prepared. And you will win. And you will stand with the full armor of God. You can replace that name God with righteousness, with whatever name you want to give, the creator. Because, you know, and there's another thing we say, I don't know how you feel about this, Lance. It's a conversation to be had, but, and I'm kind of torn because I understand I'm going to talk about God. You know, when sometimes we're overzealous and we say, you know, the black man is God. We're God. We're gods. Hey, God. Hey, God. I'm like, I don't see that or feel that we're gods. You know, maybe the God with the little g. We're certainly not God with a big G. Certainly not the creator. Right. But what's your take on that?
Well, it's see, we're not the big G God. And I think that was formulated in a way because we as a people overall, and especially our men, are so beat down to think they're nothing at all. And I have a strong feeling that this particular type of addressing each other may have come out of the prison experience, because that is the worst experience. It's a slave ship on land. And I feel that that was formulated to boost us up so high out of the hole that we were in, as far as our self-esteem or lack thereof, that now that we are okay to a point, for those who address each other like that, miss the point now. See, you take the medicine while you're sick. And that larger than life talk was the medicine. And it got us, a lot of us, up out of the mindset of wanting to go back out in the street and do certain things that we now will live an upstanding life, even though it may not bring as much money sometime. But if you don't stop taking the medicine, it becomes poison. And the poison will defeat the purpose. So when they say God, what they have to understand is that You can say it all day long to each other, but are you connected? Are you connected? Because telling somebody, hey, God, yeah, I'm God. I'm the black man. I'm God, the original cream of the planet Earth. Listen, I know all of that talk, but it means nothing unless you are connected. And when you're connected, you don't have to greet a person that way. You see the God in them because they're connected to. I could never be electricity. But if temporarily I stuck my finger in the socket and you touch me, you're daggone sure going to feel some electricity. So the main thing is, now that we came up out of the condition of feeling lower about ourselves from the talk that's given, see, like a parent that encourages the child to do good. Oh, you're going to be a scientist. Oh, you keep getting those A's. You're going to be the greatest thing in whatever you choose to be. And that holds true as you get older, but you have to stay connected to that mindset or it's not going to happen. You know, the parent will say to that child, oh, that stick figure that you drew on that construction paper with crayon, it's the best stick figure I ever saw. And to the parent, it will be because their child did it. But you don't let them or leave them alone behind that, to let the world eat at them like acid, to take away the esteem you're building up. So when that child gets older and they're in their 20s or their 30s and they look back at that stick figure that you framed and put on the wall, they say, Mommy, now you know that wasn't the greatest stick figure in the world. Yes, it was, son. Yes, it was, daughter, because you did it. But that's what they needed to get over the hump, to believe in themselves and knowing themselves as they enter the hostile environment that this world can be. So that's my take on it. They
I
need
love
to
that.
stay connected.
I love that. So, because I said I don't agree, but now we're talking about words and definitions. So, based on your definition, I agree, because a word can have different meanings, right? So,
Right.
your word was that what you said is that when you say it, it's not about, we're not supreme like the supreme creator, but
Right.
but we are connected to God and we can become as God and through his power, and also
Right.
to be when the person who's depressed and low self-esteem is walking with their shoulders down and their head down, you come put your hand under the chin, lift up the chin, pop the chin up, pop the shoulders, pop the back up, erect yourself, walk, stand tall. You're a God, black man. So I understand now what you're what you're saying. And you know, I want to throw in another scripture here and then
Yeah,
ask
take
you
your time.
a question.
Hmm.
Thessalonians 5 and 6. See, y'all didn't know y'all was going to be in church. And I challenge any of the listeners who think that Christianity is bad or whatever. What I challenge them to is to read the scripture without the tainted poison of whiteness, enslavement, missionaries. In other words, I'm sure most of your listeners, especially men, I'm sure most of them, if they have a chance to be sexually active, they engage in sex. Most people do. That's how you got here. Your parents engaged in sex. Most people think that sex in itself is a good thing, not just how it feels, but the fact that you're able to procreate, bring life here and all that. So in general, obviously we've been here all these millions of years. Sex is a good thing. However, the way it is being used today, gender bending, all kind of other perverted crap. You don't say sex is bad because people use it in a perverted way. You separate the perversionness from the purity of the thing. So a lot of times and I've been guilty of this too, because I don't go to church. I'm a Christian, but there is no church, physical church or building that I attend, because I
Right.
tried and I haven't found one that stands up to the purity of the scripture that I read. So I'm not caught up in the religion aspect of it, but I read the scripture. So that's why I call myself that, which just means a follower of Christ. So I want to challenge anybody who is throwing out the baby with the bathwater. the example that I gave, a person who says sex is a bad thing, period, because certain groups of people have perverted it. They have perverted purity in Christianity. They have perverted it to be something that is not. And so people who are upset about the perversion aspect of it just throw it all out instead of being able to use the gems, GEMS, that it has within it. There are so many scriptures that will get you through the day or whatever. Thessalonians 5:6, it says, therefore, let us not sleep as others do, but let us watch and be sober. Who can disagree with something like that? Who can feel that this is not something from God? Therefore, let us not sleep. Let's break that down to modern language. That's from the Bible. We talk about, we use these words woke and sleep and all that today. That's modern language. But the Bible says it right here. Therefore, let us not sleep. That's deep right there. Wake up. Be alert. Don't be spiritually dead. Don't let the burglar, the thief in the night come in and get you. Let us not sleep. And then it goes on to say, as others do. That means there's some others. That means somebody next to you is probably asleep. You got to be woke. It might be your husband or your wife, your coworkers, your friends. How many of us are not equally yoked with our friends or our family? I mean, in the sense of you're awake and they're asleep on something that's going on. Most of the people that I know that I love, they were like, roll up my sleeve. Let's do what they say. Let's do what Fauci said. I'm like, hell to the no. No. And there was bitter arguments about it and separations because they didn't want to be with you if you didn't roll up your sleeve. They said you're selfish. You're going to kill them. Make it make sense. The scripture right here, therefore, let us not sleep, as others do. But then it tells us what to do. But let us watch and be sober. That's two different things. Watch and be sober. Watch means pay attention. Sober means have your mind pure. Have your mind, because you could watch, and if your mind is messed up, you don't even know what you're seeing. Or you could have your mind, but you're not watching, you're not paying attention. So you got to have both. Do not sleep. Right. The scripture says, watch and be sober. These are the kinds of things, if you study scripture and really break it down with your third eye, which is your main eye, really, you will understand that this is the way. And that's why Christianity over any other religion is attacked. Ask me what I mean, an example of being attacked, Brother Lance.
It's not just physical. It's spiritual, and it's an unseen thing, undetected. Attack doesn't always come right in front of you. You don't see the mugger coming down the street with a knife or a blunt object or a gun saying, I'm going to mug you, stand there. An attack, usually, we don't have to say surprise attack, but it's usually covert, something unseen, and something that if we have our guard down, we're not prepared for. And see, the attack is not just physical. And when we say spiritual, they say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, you can have a lovely, loving family member discourage you from pursuing something that you know you want to do that's righteous, that's going to elevate you. You can have a lifelong friend attack your enthusiasm when you're at the crossroads in an important part of your life, and they deflect you or they make you not choose the right road and just choose mediocrity. Why do you want to go to school for that? Why do you want to pursue that business? Just go on and get the same job that I have. Put your 25 years or your 20 years in and you'll get your money. But you know you have something burning inside of you. Attacks are not always violent. Attacks are not always something that you can see or even digest at a certain time thinking or knowing what it is. We have those, what I call time release attacks. attacks on your psyche a little bit at a time. Just like
Mhm.
that woman who had an affair on her husband and she wanted to get away from the husband. So they both decided that she'd cook dinner for him every night and put a little bit of poison that's undetectable over 2 years that he'll be dead and they'll get the insurance money.
Hmm.
That's how it's usually done. A coworker, a neighbor, a so-called friend, a family member. We can deal with the attacks in the street. People that we don't know that say things or give us the middle finger when they cut us off on the road. But what about those subtle attacks? I've even seen attacks from pastors to members of the congregation. There was my mother was part of many churches because she sung for many churches. Like I said, she graduated from the Juilliard School of Music and did opera, but she sung all different types of music. And she was in demand on that level. And so there was a church not too far from the house that we didn't go to for a while because she had engagements. And every time she would go to a church that she tried to attend on a regular basis, she explained that. But this particular pastor was mad that she hadn't been back in about 6 weeks. But she was all up and down the East Coast in different churches. That was her thing. And I remember it. I might have been 11 or 12, maybe 10 years old. And the pastor was smiling and greeted her because he hadn't seen her in so long. And after the service, he walked up to her and greeted her in a decent way. And when she said that, she'll be there for the next few weeks, he turned around and said, "Oh, I saw that you were gone. What is this, some kind of phase?" But he was sarcastic. And I picked up on it at 10 years old.
Yeah.
I wasn't no dummy. And I looked up at him and I said, "Well, if it is a phase, it's something she's supposed to do, and you don't have nothing to do with it because you're not my father to tell her or say anything like that." I said it in a very childlike way. But I said, if you're supposed to be connected, I said it like this too, because I was not a dummy. I was well read. I told him, if you're supposed to be connected to God, why would you say something like that? He said, "How could you disrespect me?" I said, "No, you disrespecting yourself and your position and my mother. And we don't need to come back here no more." And I never went back to that church no more, never did she. I was righteously confrontational as a child. I did not tolerate any attack on any family member of mine or loved one or anybody who I saw was innocent, even if I didn't know them.
Mhm.
Attacks are flying over our heads every single day. And lots of times we get attacked in our mind. That's the most of it. To get punched by somebody or they're trying to kick you, that's the easy part.
And
But the attacks on our mind that are time released, that we consume this venom fed to us, wrapped in a kind word. And 2 weeks later, we're wondering why we're doubting ourselves when we're about to make the leap on something great that we always wanted to do. Because these people, these entities that are instruments of the negative energies are doing their work. And this is why sometimes I've got to come out what most people would say overconfident.
yeah.
They say, "Oh, he's cocky. Oh, he's all into himself." No, I'm not. I'm wrapped in a confidence that you want to attack. So if you attack 2 layers of it and I got 10, I'm still good. I'm not going to let you make me stop. They can take my channel. They can leave and have whisper and say bad things and try to smear your character. You're not stopping me until it's time for me to go to the next level. So attack on. You're only wasting your time because you know what? I'll attack you back when you attack me. And that's what we got to learn. And I'm going to shut up after this. We got to understand that we have legal right on a spiritual level to proactively attack any entity that wants to come and try to attack you when you're doing something righteous. Let me tell you something. If I know you got a knife in your pocket and you're getting closer and closer to me and you're smiling with me and you want to stab me, you think I'm going to wait for you to do it? I'm going to punch you square in your face. Or if I got something, I'm going to use it on you first. The crowd around, oh, Lance, why did you do that? No, because you were coming to attack me. I attack first when I spot the enemy. So let's get down and boogie, because I got a lot of juice left in my fruit. It ain't over yet. We're going to keep on going with this. And that's the way you have to go. And like I said, I didn't acknowledge many in the room. I will before the show is over, but we flowing right now. Queen Nefertiti.
Yeah. And piggybacking on those spiritual attacks, the biggest one I've seen in the last couple of days is what everybody's watching right now, which is what? What's everybody watching on TV right now?
Oh, they're watching this election foolishness, and I said foolishness, and this Olympic stuff, and
Olympics.
yeah, I mean,
Olympics.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh
29
God.
million viewers tuned into the Olympics. The Olympics has over 10,000 or 11,000 athletes from all 200 some countries. Who watches the Olympics? Demographics, young, everybody. Just say everybody watches the Olympics. Every demographic. Everything else, no. Say like the Super Bowl, right? That's mostly men. It's mostly Americans.
Right.
Any other thing, a music artist, is that certain group. The Olympics is the one thing that the whole world watches. Every age, every sex, every group, whatever you're into, everybody's watching. Countries are coming together, black, white, and other, obviously all over the world. And what do they have as the opening? Huh? They are imitating the Last Supper. How many of y'all who are listening saw that? And the Olympics apologized today for offending Christians.
They knew what they were doing.
Yes, but go even deeper, I would say, to say, why did they even imitate this? If it was fake, the real Christianity, not the tainted one, the real one, not the clothes of religion, the spirituality. If this was fake, would they imitate it? Would they do something? If genders, for example, male and female didn't exist, would they imitate it? No, you only imitate the real thing. A photocopy means there was an original. So when they're photocopying, look, so the whole Olympics, while the whole world is looking, they do this Last Supper of Christ. They mock it with transsexual and nudity. Somebody's testicles are hanging out, all kind of stuff that they apologize for. So my point is that that's an attack. That's an attack. And they took all the videos down. So please don't show any videos or any.
Right. Because, and that was quick too, because see, the damage is done already. They probably knew they were going to have to apologize and take things down. And if you put it up, they have a takedown order anywhere on social media. See, but the damage is done. And by them taking it down and giving the takedown orders, they know how things work. They know some people downloaded it, and they're going to want to see it even more.
You know that saying, it's better to say an apology than ask permission?
Yeah.
Because that means you already get to do it. You know, you get to go out, and then you say, I'm sorry, Mom, that I broke the rule. But if you ask permission, you're going to say no. So they knew, like you said, they knew. But this is serious spiritual warfare. And I'm mentioning that because the Olympics is the one, quote, I'm doing quotations, safe place for everybody, for your kids, for every race, for every language. Everything is visual. It's visual. And we got attack. You got this thumbnail up in the boxing ring. We just got punched with a left hook or a right hook, and we just got knocked down. We don't even know what hit us. We don't even know what hit us. People listening like to this video right now, how many of y'all saw that? Or how many of you heard that this happened? How many of you know that apology happened? You think this was not spiritual? This is spiritual warfare. And we already know it's an old hat topic now, that our rap and everything has been infiltrated. Why they infiltrate our rap? Rap was something that was ours. It didn't make no money. We were just doing it on the street. We were just breakdancing. We were expressing our extension of our African culture that was in us, because it's like the Holy Ghost in you. You got to move, you got to rap, you got to flow, you got to
Exactly.
breakdance, you got to do something. We weren't thinking about
That's
money.
right.
And then some group said, hey, some group of people said, hey, we can monetize this. And then after they monetize it and throw them a few dollars, then we could psyop it.
Push it worldwide.
Yeah, they love. I'm gonna be stereotypical. They love fried chicken. So, oh, let's put some poison in the batter. Let's put some poison in the batter, in the sauce. Put a little poison in that hot sauce bottle that we carrying in our bag. That's what's happening on every level. Every level. How do we prepare spiritually? We do the best we can while we're here, but we focus on our spirituality. We get strong spiritually, and automatically, do you realize, when I say you, I mean me and us collectively, do you realize if you are spiritually correct and love yourself, you will automatically unite with your brother and sister?
That's right.
We don't have to call for unity. It's like atoms attracted to each other. They just gonna come. They're just gonna come and connect. We just gonna come and be together. Because like attracts like.
It's a
when
divine
you know
pulling.
who you are, when you know that you are strong, you automatically want to multiply that and be with others like you. We wouldn't have to say Black Lives Matter if it really mattered to us. To us. That was my problem with that slogan. Because when I first heard the slogan, even before I knew it was a PSYOP and it wasn't really our organization and it was really all about the alphabet community and not about us, some people still don't know that. Some people are still shocked, like, what? The alphabet community? Like, what? Yes. But when I first heard the saying, I was like, Black Lives Matter, who are we talking to? Them? First of all, if we're talking to them, why are we telling our enemy that we matter? That's like walking up to your enemy and saying, I matter. What? And then if it's yourself, I matter. If I know that, I don't need to say that. It's obvious. I'm a female. I don't need to say I'm a female. I'm a female. I'm Black. I don't need to say I'm Black. Or I'm African. I don't need to say the obvious.
That's right.
So why are we, if we knew that Black Lives Matter, or American African, and Pan-African, if we knew that African lives matter, we wouldn't even have made that statement, because it's so obvious. You don't state the obvious, you state things that are not obvious. So number one, it told me we don't even know that we matter. And it's obvious by our statistics of us being so confused and not spiritually prepared and not spiritually awake. We don't matter to us. And I know that we delusional because we're now trying to tell our enemy that we matter. It's like
Yes.
begging them.
Yes. I always felt that about that. Black Lives Matter. Please, Black Lives Matter. Please, they matter. Don't kill us. It matters.
Right.
I never liked that name.
Yeah.
I never pushed them either. The most I would push on this platform with them is to get my content to those who follow that through a hashtag, the BLM hashtag. So if I put it up on Twitter and put hashtag BLM, and usually it wasn't something favoring them when I would write something. You see what I mean? But I would drive it right down the throat of the beast and tag it up. That's all I did. So if you see some hashtags on old Twitter/X posts, and even some in the future, don't think I support that. I never did. I always knew what it was at the core. It wasn't about Black people.
Yeah. I didn't know until I found out, but I knew it didn't sit right. And I wanted just to say, like, when I mentioned the Olympics, I want to make sure that people know, because people get confused. Like, I didn't say we shouldn't watch the Olympics. That's something we should watch. We should celebrate.
Right.
It's excellent. Our athletes, our stuff. I'm saying they knew that we would be watching. So therefore, that's where they put it on display, the PSYOP. That's where they
And
hit,
then,
where we're watching,
mhm,
where we're congregating. And then I guess I'll conclude to say the biggest place that they're attacking us spiritually is in the church. That's the number one place.
yeah,
Through our clothes of religion, that's where we're being attacked the most. And all these people that are so-called preachers and pastors, they've failed us. But not just them. It's not just them, the congregation too, because a pastor and a priest or a preacher cannot fail you if the congregation is on point. Because we'd expel them and get somebody else to lead us.
right.
But all these big time, big churches and all that stuff, and including the little ones, they're so compromised because they're actually not spiritual people coming in to lead us. They're actually
Mhm.
non-spiritual people who say, oh, gullible people are going to be here, so let me go and use my leadership ability to go there and collect all this money or do whatever. And then now we're led, and people are praying. I saw a video over where you at, Lance. I hope you weren't at that church. I saw an African pastor. He was taking off the clothes of a woman, touching her private parts, talking about, I curse this thing out of you, this demon out of you. I'm like,
And pulled out. Yeah, yep. Oh,
pulled
they
out
do all
what?
kind of crazy things,
What did he pull out? He
like
pulled out,
a huge rat or something like that.
yes. And I was
Yeah,
like,
and
this
it was
is,
staged. But these people believe that when they see it.
yes.
You see what I mean? They
Yeah.
believe it. And touching on the backsides and all this stuff, you should see the amount of hero worship that goes on here with some of these pastors. I mean, straight up narcissistic demands. This dude tricked me one time. I was doing a video on one of the overpasses in Adenta and over in Medina. Used to like doing that. And a lot of those videos are lost. I'll see if I can find them again. And I would angle the camera where you can see the cars going by, and I would talk and just kind of rant on what I wanted to rant. And then I was done with it, and then this dude came up and was listening to what I was saying, but he wasn't bothering me. He just wanted to hear. And before I knew it, there was a crowd. So there were two guys that stuck out. Everybody else left when I was done. And we were talking. And they said, oh, man, I want to get back on the next time you get back on. So I said, sure. As long as we don't end up rolling around in the dirt fighting over something. I said, you seem to be intelligent. And, fine. We can talk about some topics out here. Let's see what we can do. You all know I'm always ready for that. So we agreed to meet. There was this one particular guy out of the two. We agreed to meet and we met. And he said, Lance, he says, this is still pretty. It was like 9:30 in the morning. He said, what are you doing later? I said, nothing. He says, well, listen, you have time. Take this run with me and then we'll come back and do the video. I said, okay, no problem. So I'm thinking he wanted to walk like 2 or 3 blocks down and do something. He hopped on a van. So I get in the van with him. So I'm thinking, okay, it might be 10 blocks away or whatever. So we twisting and turning and going up dirt roads and by shopping malls that I didn't even know existed. I'm like, whoa, look at this. And we ended way over somewhere. And I was getting mad, but not mad, violent mad, but just like this guy played me. So we got out. Yeah, we got out. And so we went down this one narrow street. Because, see, that's one thing I like about Ghana and maybe probably other African countries, that it's not the same type of architecture you'll find in America, right? You'll find some things that are so unorthodox. This narrow alleyway, and then there's a balcony where it doesn't really, what are you looking at? It's an alleyway. I like stuff like that. But at first I'm like, listen, I've sized him up. I said, okay, I can take him, but does he lead me to get jumped somewhere? So I'm in battle mode now. I'm relaxed looking, but I'm ready to throw jammies, right? So we turn the little narrow alleyway, and all of a sudden I heard the gospel music. And there was a building there, and it was like about 3 or 4 stories high, but the main building was a church. And there were so many women there that their heads swung around because they saw new meat. But here I am. This guy told me he had to go inside to get something and he's going to run out. I said, listen, I'll wait outside. I was sitting here with shorts, a t-shirt, and Crocs. I'm not coming up in there like that. I want to show a little respect. So he said, no, it's okay. It's okay. Come on in. So I'm sitting there and he sits down with the Bible. I had no problem. I wasn't mad being there. But man, we met for this one thing, but you straight tricked me. So I said, okay, I'm going to flow with this, right? So the pastor comes out, and I noticed that every woman in the congregation, everyone who had their phone visible in their hand, had a picture, a screenshot of him in there. I said, oh, this is some serious pastor worship here. So, make a long story short, you know, he kept glancing over at me. I know I'm a brony, a foreigner, even though I'm black and that's my lineage. And I know I was dressed different. So he had 4 of the females come over and sit down with me after the service and try to convert me to come on over to the service. And I knew basically I knew what this hierarchy was. It wasn't about God, right? So they're talking to me and I'm talking to them civil, and we're breaking things down. Now, this pastor saw how long all 4 were talking to me because I'm talking to them right back. They were asking me questions about religion and spirituality, and I was engaging them. And they listened to what I said, and they found it very interesting. And the pastor, the service was over. He was over with the drummer, but he kept glancing over like, what is this guy saying? He's the one doing most of the talking, and they're sitting there riding on his every word. So he quickly came over there and broke them up, but 2 stayed. And he didn't like that either. So I gave him a link to the website. I gave him the link to whatever. And I said, well, you can come over. We can do some videos together. We can talk, whatever, about some deep things. And they were just not like they wanted to go to bed with me. I'm not saying that, but I know I was refreshing to them. I didn't just go by the dictates of what the pastor said in that little box of it. Because, I mean, I saw what it was. And he was pimped out, jewelried out. He didn't have fashion that I would wear, but it was some, Ghanaian type stuff. And, he was sharp as a tack. You couldn't tell him nothing. But I'm not faulting him from that, because I like to dress up when I dress up too. But he was definitely a shyster. And a couple of those women there that, the eye contact, and you could tell how they got along with each other. I'm like, okay, this is what it is. I'm not knocking them, but that's not for me, brother. Plus, he thought I was a threat anyway, coming in here talking about women.
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, if churches in general, that's one church that represents probably 99% of the churches. First of all, if the church, and I'm going to say the church, meaning collectively, first of all, the church would have schools for our children. If
Yes,
we're busy fighting, talking about they taking out black heritage and whatever they did in Florida, they're taking out. That's not good. I'm not condoning that, but I'm saying
right,
you don't complain about somebody not feeding you if you feed yourself. So first,
right.
the churches, I'm going to talk about the African churches now, meaning American African churches now. The churches they have enough money with the handout all the time, schools, housing, property for us to live on. Do you know, sidetrack, the Mormons, is that my mic? The
Oh no,
Mormons,
that's me. I was typing in the phone. I'm sorry.
oh, that's all right. The Mormons are so rich. Did you know the
Oh
Mormons were
yeah.
so wealthy? The Mormons are so wealthy that why aren't we? We could have, back to it, schools, housing,
Mm-hmm.
food programs, even the church itself within the United States. If they were truly spiritual, we wouldn't even need nothing outside of it. We have enough money right there to feed ourselves, house ourselves, clothe ourselves. We could
Yes.
do that. But no church that I know of is doing anything on a collective level. And
Well,
ain't
the
none of
Mormon.
our religions doing it. Not just the churches,
Right.
none of our religions, because we got some other religions that are black. And I'm just keeping it real. None of them
Yes.
are doing anything for us collectively. None. But you call yourself the house of God. It's not happening. So they can talk and they can say this and then they could ask for all our money.
Yep.
But they're not doing anything for us collectively. How is this? And how about what's going on with our sister that just got killed? Another one.
Yes. Yes.
Is the church speaking out? Are our celebrities speaking out? Everybody's all up here about Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. What about this? Talking about Black Lives Matter.
Right.
I'm not hearing nothing about her except some YouTubers. But the powers that be, I'm not hearing anybody saying anything about her. Cardi B said something, but I'm talking about on a collective level.
Right.
Nothing. Our Black women could just get slain. Our Black men can just get slain. We need to be spiritually prepared. And if the group is not, then I urge us as individuals to do what you can to be spiritually prepared.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
Did anybody want to come in and chat? Talk?
Let me get the link up. Let me get the link.
If anybody wants to come in and cut it up with us, if not, then we could go watch the Olympics. I heard Gabby Douglas was on.
How do you say it, child? I knocked myself out of the room. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this again. Okay, we get this link. Because I'm just so relaxed right now, just enjoying the conversation. I'm going to post a link that you can come on in if you have anything to say or share. Let's do this right now. Boom, there it is. It's coming. Yeah, I wanted to say also that the Mormons are big out here. They're huge. They have huge.
Sorry, I said Gabby Douglas. I mean Simone Biles. Sorry.
You know, it's okay.
I just wanted to correct that.
Yeah. No, but the Mormons, they have some huge structures out here. I mean, luxurious towers laced in gold. I'm going to find them because they were walking through the village that I'm in. And I saw them. 3 of them.
Wow.
There's 1 black and 2 whites. So the black one's the translator. He's the token. He's the one who's the spearhead who's going to get to everybody. But they look so nervous. Like, one looked up at me and I wasn't staring them down like I was going to fight them or anything. I'm just looking like this is a daggone disgrace. They coming up to some of the poor areas, or not necessarily poor, they just don't have much, but they're getting along just fine. And they want to pump this stuff to them and extract what they can because it's so much money out here in that. And I did a video, what was it, about maybe a year and a half ago, about just that. The Mormon presence here in Ghana, and especially Accra, the biggest city in Ghana, with Kumasi being the 2nd biggest. So I'm going to do a little research on that. And in actuality, I think I'm going to go undercover. I'm going to start doing stuff like that. Yeah, infiltrate, find out what they're all about, which we already know is not about us, but I want to expose it for those people who are gullible to run with them.
And while you're doing that, what I would like us to do is copy some of their techniques and tactics. We could do that. You know, when you're an opponent, you know, in a boxing ring and you want to go and see what your guys got, your opponent's got, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that in that area. Obviously, we got churches, but we ain't got no money. We got churches, but we ain't got no spirituality.
You're right.
What I'm impressed with the Mormons. Now, I'm not talking about how they are against us, them for themselves. Do you know that they're the ones who have the most intact history of slavery in America?
Wow.
That's where that show, what's the brother's name? who did, you know, Back to Africa and all those, you know, Oprah and all these people come on and they got all the records and look through the book. That's from the Mormon Church.
Wow.
They have all these records
That's
from
crazy.
the time of enslavement. If you want to go, if you want to find out, they have all the logs. So what I'm saying is, where's our records? I mean, it's not our fault because we were enslaved at the time, but
Right.
today, right now, we're not doing no
Right.
record and we're not doing no building. There's nothing being built right now. But it starts with
Nothing.
an individual, what you're doing. The little YouTube channels, and I say little compared to these big networks,
Right.
right?
Right. We understand.
Each YouTuber or each independent conscious person is doing their thing, and each one teach one, as they say. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to share here on your platform and share with you and
It's a
fellowship.
collective. And I'm appreciative of you and all who come on with a good spirit. You know, I love doing this. It's what I live for. I mean, there's other things that I live for, but you know, this is something that I enjoy doing, and if it can benefit, so be it. There's no ego here. You know, there's no nothing. You come on, you talk the good stuff. People can eat from that. Then I'm good. It validates my existence, and I'm honored for you to be here. You know.
Yes. And so anybody catching it later on who listen later on, I wish you blessings, that you become spiritually awoke, spiritually prepared, like all of
Yes.
us, and that we collectively be together, and that your channel is exponentially reaching all the ears and eyes and souls that it needs to reach.
I appreciate that. And it's not about me. You know, it's beyond me. You know, I don't even own the energy that's in me. I don't own the light that's passing through me. It's like a lightning rod. The lightning rod is not lightning, but it's passing through. I don't own it, but I'm supposed to share it. See?
Mm-hmm.
That's how we do. That's how we
Yes.
do. So I can feel the energy on the wind down. It's been a masterpiece. And since nobody else is coming on, if there's anything you want to say on top of what you've already said, and we'll flow because we're gonna do this every day. And I know you're busy, so it's not where you can always come on. But still, I'm gonna do this every day, whether it's an upload or a video or whatever, you know. And I gotta say it, I did a video the other day in the backyard for an hour. I tore it up. You don't hear me say it about myself, but I gotta pat myself on the back. And you know what? The audio wire wasn't pushed in all the way, so I had this video putting it down, and there was no sound. Oh, it got me. I was stunned.
Wow.
So I've been camera shy for a few days, but tomorrow I'll be back at it. I just have to do a little test one to make sure everything's in. Boy, that had me hot.
Well, one thing is, I'm gonna challenge you because you say you're in Ghana. Look, I don't have
Mm-hmm.
proof of that. I see a few videos here and there, but I haven't seen the proof. So we waiting to see, like,
All
really
right.
Ghana.
All right. I'm going to do it. And, you know, I have to apologize for that also because at first I was doing so much more. But since I've been to the house, these guys working and everything. But that's what I'm going to do. Even the normal, you know, see, people come to Ghana or go anywhere else and they hit the hot spots. They hit the tourist spots. They hit some historical spots and different things. But I will show the everyday life walking around. I think I did one when I went to the market the other day. And I just held the phone up and I did a little trick a friend told me, acting like I was talking on a
Tell me,
FaceTime.
oh, that's slick. Tell me,
And I was just walking. Yeah. Go
tell me
ahead.
what is a day in the life of Lance in Ghana? The average day in the life.
Well, right now I'm not living normally. I have some gentlemen down in the bottom floor. They're sleeping now, but they get up at 6 o'clock and they work till about maybe 10, 11 o'clock. They're getting, I can say it, they're doing the specialized ceilings. And I'm going to show some of that on more private parts of things. I may flash one in the community section, but I'll put the most on the membership section. And just to see the work that they do, right? But that's neither here nor there. A day in the life, aside from me being here and having to be here while they're here, they've been here for the last month. They haven't gone anywhere else. They just go to the store, maybe the village, and come back. See, it's a different work ethic here. But normally, aside from me creating content, which I get up and I say, okay, what am I going to talk about today or whatever? If I happen to go down into a crowd, which is probably about maybe a 30 to 40 minute, depending on the traffic, ride on one of the vans, and the van stop right here, I'll go out, hit the van. That's
When
like
you
Mr.
say ride
Scurv,
on
right?
one of the vans, what do you mean van?
Oh yeah, right. I was sitting here just saying it like everybody knows it. They call them trotros, right? Trotro. And
Trotros. Okay, trotro.
chotros, yeah. But they kind of pronounce it chotro, like that.
Trotro.
And those are vans that they are regulated, but they're not really all the way regulated because a lot of them could be dilapidated. They have some that are top of the line that are part of a company where these are like vans are like a year or two old, brand new, nice AC vans, but you pay a little more for those, and they don't pick up in the street. They only drop off from when you go downtown or when you come from the end of the route. You have many routes on different vans, and you have to know. And it's not orderly at all. It's a bit of controlled chaos. So when I step out on the road, which right here, not too far from the house, I'll walk for like maybe 90 seconds, 2 minutes, and I'm right there by the paved road. Vans are flying by. It's just a matter of a few minutes before you get one, or you walk right out and you get one in either direction.
Now,
So when I
now,
go down,
how
yeah.
much does it cost?
Oh, let me tell you. It's now, it was about 15 CDs, but now they're starting to get away with between 17 and 20, depending on the van driver. Let me just tell you, a CD right now is, I think, 15.45 CDs for $1. So if you said, okay, now it could be 20 or 17, but in the days when it was 15 or so, roughly, this is like about $1 to go a far distance, way down into the city. That comparably, if this was in America and you took a Uber that distance, you're gonna pay $80, $90, and that's gonna be a good price. So here, in that respect, since the economy is not good and so many cab drivers are out here because they want to do their own thing, they want to fend for themselves, and they don't want to be on a measured job where they're getting but so much an hour, which still is next to nothing. A lot of the jobs that are here, and there's a young lady I'm gonna speak to soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. She's gonna explain how the jobs go here. There's a young lady who was working at the mall doing maintenance and sweeping up, and the money she made in a month's time wasn't enough to keep her up to coming back to the job with the cheap fare on the chochos. So the economy here is really, really, really bad. So this is why when you see me on the vans and I'm videotaping, sticking the camera out the window, and you see 50 million young ladies with stuff on their head selling it, they're better off doing that than having a job. The police don't get paid anything really. The hospital staff doesn't get paid really much comparable to America. And
Wow.
my life right now is very unorthodox. It's not normal,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because we're building and we're doing all these different things. So there's a sacrifice. Like today, I went outside one time in the yard. In this house, I can stay inside all day and it wouldn't bother me. I'm not saying because it's so big or whatever, it's sizable, but it fits me so well that I enjoy it so much, the vibration here, right? So I went out earlier outside. I could actually go around the property and take a walk around the, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm getting exercise, whatever. But it's a different life than living in America. And I will say, in building, and I spoke with a friend of mine earlier about this, you got to be willing to sacrifice. See, you can come to Ghana or you can go to any African country and find the places where it's more affluent, where you have all the amenities, modern buildings and structures, probably even better than what you see in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when you do like us, like what we did, building from scratch, and we had certain setbacks, and it's public, I can say it. 2 years ago, Mrs. Scurv's father passed away. And so she didn't want to just go out there for a week and turn around. She stayed out for a time. So we stopped construction because I was down in the city. And so different things like that can happen or whatever. But when you're building, I'll put it this way, and you have just a structure, and I'll put this out there. It's safe to say we were in an apartment in the city, pretty nice apartment. Right there, you can walk downstairs. There's all kind of shops. You can walk half a block, get to the vans, and get down to the markets fast because we were closer to it. But now we had time coming up where we would have had to sign the lease again to be in the apartment for another year. But we were close to making the house barely or basically livable, but not with the amenities in there. But the place was built. So we said, you know what? Let's just go on up there and tough it out. The plumbing is run, but the borehole wasn't put in to run water throughout the whole house.
Sorry,
So what did I have to?
what's a borehole? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, and you got to correct me because I'm so. A
I mean,
borehole is
other people might know. I'm ignorant. I don't know
yeah,
what a borehole is.
right,
Is
right.
that a toilet?
That oh no, no, you need it to work the toilet, right? But a borehole, they take this long pole, this long thing to push down in the ground. And we're up in the mountains. And in the mountains, you'll notice that when you drive down on the Trocho and you get past the rock formations, that you have fresh spring water, fresh water
Wait a
coming
minute.
out of the
Wait a
mountain.
minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You 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 can get fresh water from the ground without turning on the pipe? Is that
Yes. Yes. But you got to have something to pull it up. So
what?
this is what it is. Yeah. They have these electronic sensors, and they did this the other day, that they come onto your property. Now we're on a hill on a high mountain. And when you look over on the other side of the road, you see for miles rolling mountains, not rolling hills, but rolling mountains. But up here, because I'm leading back to it, just painting the picture. On the other side, when you look behind me, if I was to go to the back of the balcony now, I did it the other night, you'll see all the lights and everything and the mountains on the other side. So we're high up. So there's water. And this is a testimony that there is a creator, because you may not see it, but it's there. So they come with this thing that's like a drill, right? Once they use their sensor and hold it over the ground, almost like the thing that the old white men would have on the beach where they're swiping the sand looking for coins that would drop. Well, this thing
A metal detector.
scans,
So it's a
yes, a
water
metal detector.
detector.
Yeah, but it's a little thing you hold in your hand, and it throws back a signal. Beep, 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 beep. So they said, right here, right here. This is where you're going to get your best water. I was like, wow, because they walked over the whole yard and only took about 5 minutes. So we jammed a metal rod in there that's not going to get knocked over. And so they're going to come real soon, in a few weeks, and they're going to install this thing. And I promise I'll videotape it and put it up on the channel, not on the open channel, but on the membership channel, which is only $2.99. But I do that because people have to reveal themselves if they want to see stuff like that, right? And I can shoot it directly to people too, right? So this thing pushes down to the ground. It's a very thin thing too, because the hole for the borehole is probably maybe 8, 9 inches around. I thought it was going to be a big thing that you can fall into like a well. So when they do that,
8 or 9
there's a
inches
yeah,
to
yeah, it's very narrow. I thought it was something wider, right?
so is
So
it pipe? I know you're getting to it. I'm just eager. Is it a pipe
Yeah,
that's going down in there that's pulling it up?
yeah, yeah. It's like it's like, put it this way. I'm not trying to be lewd, but it's almost like a penis with a
This is
condom.
this is the Lance
And you,
Scurv show. It's always lewd.
I just want to be decently lewd in this example. It's like a penis with a condom on. When the penis pulled out, the condom stayed in. So it's a tubular thing because it's not like, oh, you pull out the thing that's dirt going to be falling in there. It's a tubular thing that will go down maybe like about 100 feet. Now, you know, that's like a 10-story building. 10 feet is like a
Mm,
story. So
right.
it's pretty deep. So they've located where the water is. They're going to come with this thing, drill it in, leave this. I don't know what it's made of, but we're going to find out because I'm going to ask the guy. And these guys love to talk because I'm going to interview them because they'll get more business that way. You put it up on the channel. So after that, there's a pump that is inserted down in there somehow, some way. And all you do, you wouldn't even notice it because it's a covering over it. And you walk on it, drive over it. You wouldn't even know what it was. A borehole. Yeah. And
Do you, oh, sorry.
and well, I'm
Uh,
saying, I just want to say one thing. Then you have a big tank that you hit a button on the borehole. They have a way with the electricity. It's run to the pump, and you hear this thing. Depending on the pump you have, it could be a silent one, it could be a cheaper one that's loud, but you hear it, and it's pulling up all this water. And
sound
then
like
you have the tank. Yeah, you have this big tank, and it pulls up this fresh, pure water that you can drink. But we're still going to have a filtration system once it leaves the tank and comes into the house, right? So you have this big tank and all this water. Now you can run the borehole all the time, but no, you just fill up that big tank. And I mean, I have two tanks that we work with that I have refilled, or the rainwater goes in there. And the guys that are doing the work, when they start to do the town work, they'll be doing, using water. When it rains, it's a freebie. And the water to buy is cheap, really cheap to fill my tanks. I did it the other day because it's the rainy season, but we didn't have much rain in the last few days. So these are the things I have to look over and that you have to do. So guess what? Because of that, right now, in this house that's beginning to look really luxurious on the inside because the ceilings are the bomb. If it was daytime, I would open up and pull the banner off and let you see it. But I'll do something tomorrow and put it up on the channel in a discreet way. But I got to get buckets and dip in the bucket and wash myself that way. See, we could have stayed in the apartment
what?
for an extra year and been in modern amenities. But I said, no, we have to be here because when the workers are here, they can't get in if we're not here. And we would get up early in the morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock, to be here, to let them in and stand around, sit around until they're done and go back home tired. So we said, no, can't do that. I got to be here. So I don't mind. Sometimes they got the wall around the property. I'll go on the side of the house where the tank is. We have one that's pretty high up, and I'm naked, butt naked. I'm telling you the truth. Who says this? All right. And showering and washing.
So you and
I
Sister
got private.
Scurv are truly living off the land.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And all of the appointed rooms are not finished yet. The kitchen's not finished yet, but we have electricity and we have our cooktops and different things that we use. But the kitchen is going to be top of the line, luxurious, not to show off her front, but that's her thing. So we do these cooking shows. Is going to be a wrap. My studio is going to be done in maybe about 6 weeks, 5 weeks. The ceilings are done in the whole house except for 2 rooms right now. These guys are going to be done this week. So I'm here. They wake up. They wash. They go out there and get naked and wash and eat. They cook their stuff out there. Uh, it's basic living, but it's beautiful, and everything is going to be straight dope. Look, you saw the house we lived in Orlando. How Mrs. Scurv kept it. This is going to be even better, more space, more luxury. luxuries and stuff. And it's not about being hung up on luxuries, but you can make that happen. But we went through the sacrifice of leaving the apartment early to be here so that we can help to get the work done faster because we didn't want to just do a rush job. These homes, when you really hook it up right, it's not the thing like in the United States where your home will be ready in 3 months. No, these are solid concrete. Just the other day, we ran the lines for the ACs, the air conditioning. Some places have central air, but most of the time you have individual ACs that are not hanging in the window. They go through the wall. There's a part that goes outside and a part that's inside. They look nice, these separate units. So if the rest of the house is hot, but you're the only one in the house and you just want to run the one for that room, you can. Well, guess what? There's no 2x4s or sheetrock to cut through. You got to go through the concrete. So they had to go to the electrical box downstairs. We have one in the middle floor and the bottom floor, and they had to dig in the concrete so they can lay the wire, dig in the floor so they can lay the wire. That's the way it's done. And dig up behind where the fridge would go and dig through the wall in the laundry room and let this piece hang out so that when we do have the units put in, they're there ready. Everything is just not some cut quick thing. You got to think it out. But ask me
So,
some questions. This is fun.
so when you, so you still haven't, okay, so I want to go back to the day, like just, so you wake up in the morning at what, take me through your day, not with the workers, because that's temporary, like in Ghana,
Right.
like Ghana experience, like, and with
Okay.
your house and it's not complete in the shop, like
Oh yeah, sure.
what you
Now,
wake up and now I'm gonna
yeah.
say this. I know you don't wake up till probably 2 p.m. because you stay online because you be on us a Western time. You don't go to bed until 1
Well,
p.m.
see,
So what so
that's
what
easy. That's easy for me to do because I've been doing that for years. But normally, when left alone, not that these guys bother me, but they're hammering and everything from early. But me doing the shows at this time, I usually take good naps during the day, and they're hammering and they're making noise until like 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. So this is my time. They're knocked out. Them making noise doesn't bother me. Usually, when there's nobody here, it's just me and Mrs. Scurv, right? I wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning with
okay,
with ease.
so let's
And
start. So
hmm
you guys wake up. Well,
hmm
let's just say you, not her for now, because I know I
right.
see her videos, she gardens and all that. Just take us through a day and just an average day, even if with the workers there, but so the workers are there, but
Yeah.
just you wake up and then from there, like
Oh,
what
okay. I wake up and we have refrigerator, we have all this stuff, whatever, to make food and stuff like that. But since the running water is not in the house, in a sink, whatever, I got to go to a tank. So my stuff is usually washed, and I'll go in the back, maybe get some papaya, get some mango or something, cut it up, bring it on in, pineapple, get some lemon, a lime to put in water and drink it, clean myself out. And if Mrs. Scurv didn't make anything, I may get something simple. You know what I mean? And so for the times that she does travel a lot back and forth, I'll say that much. So for the times that I'm here by myself, that's when it's really hardcore for me, right? So I got to think, okay, I'm not driving now. So if I have to go down into the town to do something that I can do another day, I usually do it that day. Because when it's the rainy season and it rains up here in the mountains so hard, so you better make sure that you know if it's going to rain or not. And you always have the little sneaky storms that sneak up below the radar. So your day is really planned around the weather, right? Because I'm not going to walk around down in a cry in the city to pick up the few things that I need when I know it's going to be pouring down raining, because
so,
this is not a normal rain. It's like a hurricane when it
so
comes.
right now is
So
rainy season?
it's rainy season now,
'Cause
but it hasn't
it's
rained.
summer for us.
Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah, but it hasn't rained in about maybe 5 or 6 days. But when the rainy season first came, because I think from like December, late November, December, up till April or March, depending, you have nothing. It might rain once or twice, but nothing. The soil gets dry, the plants look like they're dying. And so that's why we have to get, what is it called, the hydroponic system to circulate the water, and you just feel hopeless. And a lot of things not growing. Some things are that can grow where things are dry, but that's it. And then when the rain comes, oh my God, you
Can you
got to get used.
can
Yeah,
you hear
go
me
ahead.
chewing? I'm asking for a reason.
Yeah.
I'm
What's
chewing
the
a plum.
question?
I'm chewing
Mm-hmm.
a plum, and this plum cost me $3. Okay, I only eat organic. This plum cost me $3, and I just heard you say you just sped over that like it was normal. I just heard you say you wake up and go outside and pick some fruit and stuff.
Yes, yes,
Talk about
yes.
that. I'm just saying for this $3 plum, I'm mad about it. It's not even that sweet. I
But
didn't
also, let
hear
me
it
tell you,
seriously though. I
we-
didn't want you to
right,
speed over that part. You
right,
wait
right.
Garden of
You
Eden.
want to hear
It
about
sounds
that?
like you in the Garden of Eden, bruh. Like you just wake up naked, go
Yeah,
outside, you
naked.
and Sister
Yeah,
Scurv, and pick the
yeah,
apple from the tree.
yeah.
Just
Look,
a little.
I got a thing. I got a thing about doing the Adam and Eve thing. I love to go outside. Like we built up a wall, and 90% of the yard is private. I know the parts. Like, if I can see a window, that means the window can see me. There's so many plants and things growing up out there. It's total. Look, I'm gonna be raw with it. Not nasty or anything like that. It's total natural living. When you're so far out in the back that you can see the house if it wasn't for the tall banana trees and all these trees and avocado and all that stuff. You way back there. And you got to use the bathroom. You're not looking to run inside and go use the toilet. You grab that shovel over there, dig a quick little hole,
TMI,
and
TMI.
no, no. I'm telling you. This is one of the. It's TMI, but it's TMI that needs to be shared because
Mm-hmm.
one of the most peaceful feelings, I'll say it in a decent way, is releasing yourself. You're outside, it's quiet, and the earth is glad for what you're giving it.
Oh Lord.
Because people,
Oh
you like
Lord.
that, right?
Well, we do it with cows and we understand it. The manure,
Well,
the
see,
earth. So
people pay for it. They
go ahead.
pay for it with
Oh
cows.
Lord.
And so that's why Mrs. Scurv wants to have a couple of rabbits for the manure for the plants. And it's the same thing. And so this saves you a trip. And so once you have this relationship with the land, that's not the only way of doing it. But what I'm saying is that you see the cycle of life, how certain things are waste. An animal dies and it's waste, or waste that comes from an animal, or you, or the nitrogen from the urine that you make. It goes right back in the earth and it gives you right on back. It's a cycle that the man-made system cannot replicate. This is
Wow.
why they're trying to remove things and take the seeds out. So
Whoa.
I'll go and plan my day, and I say, okay, right now it's like about going into town. Because most of the time, I don't even want to go into town. I'm a New York City dude until the day I leave this earth. And I'm so much into the tranquility and the peace and not all this traffic around me, not just cars, but people and their odd spirits, that I love being home. And there's some days I catch myself, I'm home 4 or 5 days out of the week before maybe I need something that I have to go get, that eventually, when the systems are all set up, I won't need anything at all outside. I've already planned a
Wow.
year or two into the future with how things are going to be done. Temperature controlled areas where you store food for years, grains, keeping it all off the floor from moisture, the different things, the solar energy. You know what I mean? The filtration system, the hydroponic system, so that when it's a dry season, we can pull up water out of the borehole and circulate it to the plants so they'll grow all year round. You see what I mean? A
So
greenhouse.
so you so you basically living in the Garden of Eden.
Yes. Yes. And everything is not super complete all the way yet, but we're right there. My foot mostly is out of the system, but still, there's still things I depend on. The goal here is to live without needing money. The first goal was to live with a reduced overhead. I'm retired. I get a small little something something. I get a little something something more next year, but I don't depend on that. My thing is, if this grid goes down for a couple of years, money's not going to be there. You ain't getting no checks. You're not getting nothing except what you built and invested in. And there are many people doing that. So things will have to get repaired. Well, you're going to have to barter off and figure that out. But when you do your stuff and you maintain your stuff, then you
Where
can live. What do you need money for?
where's your electricity from? Is it a generator, or is it like ours in America? We just got the
Right now, it's the same. It's the same as in America. We
okay.
pay a small bill, and I'm gonna tell you, it's prepaid, right? And I probably pay for this 3-story house, and I don't burn much lights anyway. But still, there's lights all over the place. I probably pay about $25 or $30 a month, and it probably stretches over into the second month, prepaid. And you can check your meter and see, but it's not much at all. But the house is wired for 3 types of current: solar, generator, and the conventional. And it's a lever in the bottom floor that on top is conventional, middle is generator, and you throw it down to the bottom, it's solar.
Are you
And
living
so
up all three at once, or as backup? If the
back up, back
conventional
up,
don't work, if the
back
conventional
up.
don't work, now
Yeah.
are you
So
planning to go all solar one day?
all solar, all solar. But I
And
will keep the conventional, but it'll just be there. I don't really need that then. But I'll keep it and I'll pay down something on it and let it just sit. And you have the generator, you get a quiet generator. It's set up for that, but the
so
solar and let's see.
okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
and
Go
you're
ahead.
prepaid. If you use it up, then it goes out.
Yeah. So you have to really run it for it to go out because like okay, I play it by ear. I always pay way more than what I need to. And like I said, it's a drop in the bucket. I may put 200 or 300 CDs on it, but if you break down 300 into 15, what is that? If you break down 500 into 15, what is that? That's not much money at all.
So
So,
it's summer here.
mhm.
Just telling you my pain, and I want you to continue. I open my electric bill,
Oh
and it's
no.
$560 for the
Oh
month.
God. Do you know? Do you
We
know
do
how
now. We
long?
do run
If
the
I
AC
prepaid that,
on. We got
it's
my family got the AC on, but $560. So I'm upset.
oh
I'm
no.
I'm hating about. So continue. I just had to get in. I'm mad. So how much is yours a month? And yours
Okay,
consider now
put it this way.
the
Put it this
average.
way.
Oh my
If
God.
if, if I paid if I paid $30 a month, I'm just saying that, right? The equivalent, which is way more than what I need, right? So $30 a month into a year would make it $360 for the year.
Wow.
For the year. And that's more than what I need. Because remember, I'm not as much of a night person anymore. I'm only like this now because Mrs. Scurv, I will say, is traveling, right? Back and forth, little things we got going on. And what lights do I burn? Even now, I'm sitting in darkness. I cut the lights on. The computer's in the next room. I'm laying down in the bed. If I want to go operate a show or play something, I'll go in there and do it. I'm on the phone right now, chilling. I got the battery plugged into the phone. I'm at 97%. Been there for the longest time. So it doesn't take much. So now my motto is not how much you make, is what you don't spend. So when I get the solar, And you have different types of solar. You have the lights only solar, or the solar that you install that you can get all your appliances in. You can do whichever you want. So we had an estimate done the other day, and the guy was trying to rip us off. I mean, he came into the house and he said, "Yeah, okay, y'all got money. Look, we worked, sacrificed. I'm sacrificing now. See, sacrificing before, sacrificing from years ago, knowing what we're going to do." And people see that you can get so much done if you sacrifice. That's been my whole life. From when I was a bodybuilder, from before that. You understand? If you can control not eating or eating what you need to eat and exercise and do, this is a piece of cake.
They probably think you're rich, filthy rich.
They
Yeah.
they do. They do. But look, what am I doing every day? I'm doing this content. I don't have a car. I could have got a car. I got good credit. You know, the little money we hit, we could have took some and put some down, whatever. I'm gonna do that and get a vehicle, but it's not gonna be, well, you know, I deserve this Escalade with it. I really don't even want a vehicle right now. The way the world is going. And if I get one, I'll probably drive it once a week into town and get all I need. You see what I mean? So that's a
So,
sacrifice.
so you don't have the borehole yet. So
Not yet.
where do you get the water from?
The water, I wash my clothes through the tank, dishes from the tank, and I have drinking water in the big, you know, the office cooler type things upside down. I have a system. There's a water place in closer to Accra in a Yarafa called Special Ice. So I'll go on the Chocho. I have 10 jugs of water, the big ones now.
Big
When
ones
I get
meaning
to
what? The big like gallons or like the 5 gallon?
uh
Can't be those big 5 gallons. Those are huge.
no, those are huge. Yeah, it is a 5 gallon. I think it's about 5 gallons in
The
there,
kind
right?
in the office.
Yeah, those kind. Those kind. Oh, I
And
got a system with that.
you got 10 of
Well,
those?
I have 10 of them. When I get down to 3 empty or 4 empty, I'll take those as when they're empty, they're easy to carry.
Oh, you don't do it all at once. Okay.
No. I always keep backup just in case emergency. So when it gets to 3 or 4, I know the people there are good. They know me good. We're mad cool. I call my friend Luke. I'm like, yo, I'm coming down. So what I do, not
Luke,
having a car,
shout out to Luke.
yeah, I'm gonna get him on video too. He's a bodybuilder, a Muslim guy, black man, very nice guy, right? I'll call him like, listen, I'm coming down. He's like, okay. The Chocho runs right across the street from Special Ice. When I get close by, I'm like, listen, I'm coming close by. I'm in a red van. He comes over to the van and I hand him the stuff and I keep going to the van. Well, why do I do that? Well, when I go down into the town, I like to be very efficient with my trip down. If I'm going to leave the house and go all the way into Accra, I'm going to make sure to bring some things back. So I'll go early, drop off the containers. They refill them or they always give me new containers on the slide, right? Because I'm cool with them like that. And I grease their palm a little bit. And so I make sure to get back over there before 4:30. So if it's 9:30 in the morning, I got all day to go and shop, pick up this, go look at this or that, take pictures of some tile or something Mr. Scurv wants to get. Because see, honestly, I'm the one that likes to rip and run. I'm the New York City boy. I still got that in me. So when I do go down there, I'm all over the place in a very efficient manner. And so I make sure that when I get back to Special Ice, I take the Chocho there. They bring everything out and we take another Chocho and we put that in the back. I go up close to the house and then I'll shop for little things that I need there in the village. And I take a cab down directly to the house and everything is brought inside.
How do you
Smoothly.
carry all those 3 things? The 3 jugs of water or 2
Or
or 3?
sometimes it's 4 or 5. I'll bring them up in the Chocho. The Chocho stops right there. I'm just blessed that the van that comes by my road, it actually goes twice as far to another city, right? But it passes right here. So once I get
Okay.
Yeah, right. But when I get to the side of the road, I'm not gonna walk those or walk two of them and then go back and come back. They might be gone. People steal things, right?
Mhm.
So when I get to the town, which is a 20-minute walk away, I'll pick up some things locally because I plan it all out, right? And then I get the cab drivers know me. Now, for 20 CDs, they'll bring me down right to the front door. So I don't have to walk in from the road where the Chocho drops you. And I bring all my stuff. I get off up there. They put the water jugs in the taxi. You give them 20 CDs, which is like what? $1.50.
Wow.
See? So if I pay $1.50 coming up or going down, then go down some more, come back to the water place, come back to the village, get off, take the cab. What did I spend? The equivalent of what? $6 or $7? So
And
I'm
I'm
good with water for weeks.
and that's a lot for the locals, right? What you're spending.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh
'Cause
yeah.
for us, our dollars, it sounds
Yeah.
cheap, but
One for 15.45. But
wow.
certain things are not gonna be like if you go to buy a car, you're gonna pay more. The equivalent, you go to get a Toyota Camry, you're gonna pay more because the importing it in, they're gonna make you eat that price, and it's gonna be the same price as it is in America. Now they have a company, I think it's called Katanka, and they make some dope vehicles. It's a Ghanaian car company, but they don't let you know these things outside.
Would you buy an African car?
Yes, I would. Those vehicles are tough. That one there, that company, when everything is set and my studio is finished and the whole house is finished, these are the kind of people I want to have to come here to do an interview, or I go to them and do an interview. Some high level people. I'm gonna still talk to people sitting on the curb in the street. When everything is done, here is done, and I'm more free. Shoot, I'm like the invisible man here right now. That's why I haven't been showing as much because I go to certain areas of the same areas to go get certain stuff. So I'm like, I hope these people don't think that this little dirty area over here is it, because you have some beautiful, fabulous looking streets and places that will blow your mind. I
So
was
you
invited.
okay,
Go ahead.
no, you go
No, go
ahead.
ahead. No,
No,
I
no,
was
no.
invited. I was invited out. You know, I never met these wonderful individuals before. And I got a phone call from a young lady. You got to be careful because you'll be set up. And they were like, listen, we're here in Ghana and my father's having a birthday party. And he said he's not leaving until he meets Lancescurv. And so they convinced me, because in the asking, I know my little techniques, to test the person. Like, these folks are legit. It started to rain real bad, real bad. I had to call them. I said, listen, this rain is coming down real bad. They said, well, we don't care. We don't care if you get here at midnight. He wants to see you because we're leaving here to go back to the UK soon. So, okay. 3 hours went by. I tried again. It rained more. I called one of the guys I know that drives a cab. He picked me up right in the front, took me to where the vans are. I went down, got down there 9:30, 10 o'clock. I had the most wonderful time in my life. I mean, not really just your whole life, but I mean, really like unexpected. These individuals, the father was a fan of mine, and he could read me back my whole life from every show I ever did, every piece of artwork, every article. I
Wow.
couldn't believe it. His buddy and his buddies that were there, him and his buddies, they all went to bodybuilding at one time. So we had something to talk about. The food was good. The place was fabulous. It was an Airbnb that they were renting out. And you felt at home. And I just met these people. There was a professor that was there, and he was a little older than all of us. He was so philosophical, so smart. We got into the deepest conversations. See, so there are good people out here. I didn't know them. They only knew me from my work. Gave me the address. The cab dropped me off like a little, the Uber dropped me off a little too far. I walked around the corner. It was a beautiful neighborhood. We didn't want to let each other go. It was after midnight. I'm like, listen,
Wow.
I don't want to hold you all up. They were still there. Some people left, We were down in it. I knew we were going to shift into a different gear. I said, listen, let me go. We'll hang out again. And I'm just so appreciative of you extending. It's like, Lance, we've known you for years through your work. They said, we love you, man. I said, yeah, but I don't want to overstep. They said, you're not going nowhere. We got an extra room for you back there. But this place was luxurious. And you can feel the vibe. And I felt at home. So if these people were tricking me, they would have killed me that night. But nah, I stayed. And I had one of the best sleeps, got up, ate, talked some more, didn't leave till 12 noon the next day, only because they had to go somewhere else. It was a beautiful experience. And then I was already down in the city, was in Legon, East Legon. But I went into Medina area, did my shopping, and went on back home. And it wasn't like, oh, I slept out, so I'm a little tired. Man, I slept so deep. I slept so deep.
Wow.
It was so clean. The place was nice. And I spoke to the young lady, the daughter, you know. Um, she's gonna come on the show. I'm gonna help with some things to get us started on YouTube. And the sweetest people you ever want to know. Very educated and of a high pedigree. I'll put it that way. These people were not just any old people. So I felt at home. And we if we would have put up like a reality TV show cam in that living room where we were sitting around talking, we told some jokes, we told some stories, and you know I was talking, but we all were doing it, and we had such a wonderful time.
That sounds, you just chilling over there. And I mean, in that experience, you're in Africa.
Yes. Yes.
I want to go back to your day in the life, but since you're over
Yeah,
here,
ask me any question.
but
Yeah.
since you're at this place, their house, this is a stupid question. It's a real stupid question.
there's no stupid question.
Is if you live well in Africa, Ghana, is it equal to living well over here?
It's better. But they only show you certain areas over here. If you know what you're doing now, listen, I'm gonna tell everybody something. Even though the exchange rate is a certain way, money goes quick if you think like that. And on the downside, many of the people here who are builders and contractors, when they see you come from America or the UK and say you are what they would call middle class, lower middle class, upper middle class, whatever, you're a millionaire. And they will charge you more for certain things, and they will do work that you may discover a month or 2 or 3 months, 6 months to be a little faulty, to call them back, to pay them again. Not to say, oh, I'm going to correct it for free, because it should have been done right the first time. So there are downsides, but you're talking about living a certain way. Okay, you're going to make me go. You're going to make me go out in that living room and show you the ceiling.
You don't have to do that on this show. You can, but you don't have to. But I'm just trying to get
right. I'd rather do that in the daytime, though.
And that's why I said it's a stupid question. It's a dumb question because I look, I know Africans, so I won't just be like, do y'all live in the trees? So I know, that's dumb. But honestly, I know there's some infrastructural problems and stuff that we hear about. So I didn't. So
well, you have to get like, okay, my friend who has done 2 or 3 shows with me, last one several years ago, so most people wouldn't remember it. He's moved out here. He already had a Ghanaian wife, 2 kids with her, 2 sons, and he was in America and stayed out. And I put it up on the membership channel, so you saw him there walking around the property. That there's more land that is out there to grab. So he's building his house there. And if you see that house, oh my God, on 3.5 acres, it's huge. It's 1 story, cathedral ceilings. There's so many, oh my God, the way it's laid out. It's a master builder that's building for him, and he's doing a little bit at a time, as we should. They want to move in in December, just the way we did, without everything being done. Because once you get rid of rent and mortgage, and what you have coming in stretches so far, it's a peace of mind that you don't mind going through sacrificing without some of the amenities, knowing that, well, in 3 or 4 months, I'm going to have all this done and I'm not paying anybody anything.
Wow.
It's finished. See, we in America got this mentality. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm some changed individual and I'm pointing fingers at everybody. But the only way, unless you inherit something, you still got to pay taxes, is to get a mortgage and a large down payment or be approved for an apartment, and you pay forever. 30-year mortgages? Come on. And then somewhere along the line, you're going to refinance. And most people don't even stay in a place for 30 years. After 7 years, it's common knowledge that most people move out of their homes and start the process over again. So it wasn't just, it was the love of nature. It was the love of living zero latitude, zero longitude, one more year, whether it's the dry season or the rainy season, it's one more year. But in the mountains, it can get cool. If you go down into the city in Accra, your biggest complaint is, oh my God, it's so hot down here. Up here, sometimes I got to close windows. It's not freezing, but it's cool. And with all these windows and being on top of the mountain, when you like we're getting AC for each room. I told Miss Scurv, I said, we ain't gonna really need it. Because you know when you're outside and you feel a mountain breeze, not just some little weak breeze down in the city, but you ever been elevated up in the mountains and feel a breeze that comes from, there's nothing stopping it, no buildings, no nothing. When you open these windows here, you're sitting in your living room, your bedroom, and the breeze just blows through. There's no way that when you come to this house, that it gets to be 8 o'clock in the evening, and if you have nothing to do, or even 7:30, 7 o'clock, you naturally fall asleep. Because what background noises are you hearing now? My windows are open. I'm in the bed, the computer's over there, but I'm on the phone running the show, chilling, looking over, peeping out the window, and seeing the lights on the mountain on the other side. It's quiet. I can go out on the balcony right now. I did the other night when I did the show on the blood moon.
I
I have
saw
a
that.
private balcony on the other side that's so high and private, it's right next to the master bedroom on the other side of the hallway. I can go out there and take everything off. You would never see me.
So take a guess and tell me when your house
Hmm.
is finished. Like I'm gonna say it's already finished, just in its finished
Yeah.
state.
It's the icing on the cake now.
Okay, how much would that, what the life you have there, how much would
Uh
that cost you in America?
huh. This house and this land and that wall.
And not just the house, but and obviously you don't know the exact dollar figure, but like the lifestyle with the house, like how you live there once
Right,
in complete state, because you just finished building it.
right.
Just how you say you, because you just sound like you're in
Well,
the Garden of Eden. You're taking showers in elements. You need fruit. You're not eating a $3 plum, which you going out and just plucking a mango off the tree, and it's organic without even having to say it's organic because it's just grown. And you got acreage, whatever you got, and I don't know how far your neighbors are away from you, but the
there's
pictures
one
of
side that's a little closer, but it's still far compared to the United States. And we have a big wall. I have a wall that, because the land is on the grade, the wall had the stair step. So it's not like it's flat land and I can say, oh, it's a 10-foot wall. But in certain areas, it's a 10-foot wall, right? Certain areas, it's a little less because the stairs step down according to the land. And that's all according to plan. But to
okay,
answer your question, in
yes.
America, we know that location is everything. And if I took this house with this land and put it in the worst hood, let's do it that way. It'll be about 1.5 million.
Wow.
I don't have that kind of money. Shoot. It may have
Wow.
cost 1/15 of that to get this. And I didn't have that money. We sold a property to get the equity to come. So the people with their falsehoods, oh, he's taking YouTube donations to get that house. He used us. Duh. I worked all my life, starting from single digit ages with my father. I live clean. I'm not in the bar.
Well,
I'm not a whoremonger.
I watch your channel and other YouTube channels. I don't see no super chats up in here, and I don't see hardly no. I don't know what you get on the back end, but I mean, I'm just saying. I wish I've donated a time or two to the platform, but I know I don't do it enough, and we probably all don't do it enough. That's not. Hold on, that's not. I'm not trying to change the subject, but I'm guiltily myself. I'm just saying we can be on the platform and love the person and all that stuff, and then we don't give nothing. We don't give nothing. So anybody in the chat that could give, I would, and I'm talking to myself. let us help the brother to build. And I'll go back to the topic, but I just want to say my apologies for, people thinking, oh, he's rich, so therefore we don't have to give. That's why I wanted to know.
So put it this way.
Yeah.
Right now, I guarantee you, everybody in this chat room has more in their bank account than me because of the sacrifice. We got workers down there. We have more coming to fix up 2 minor leaks that were there, and the borehole has to come. Everything we get, because we've been ripped off a couple of times now. So it's not like we have it to finish. We got to use what we have coming in to finish. Mm-hmm. I tell it. See, a lot of people come out here with the Cinderella story, but you don't hear from them no more. Mm-hmm. And they go back to America with their tail between their legs because they amped it up like they had it like that and had it like this. And anybody who knows me knows the obstacles and the backstabbing and betrayal that we went through with those who came out here with us, which I won't mention because those who know, they know. So we're on our own. This is Scurv and I, with nobody and no help. Not that we needed help like that from anybody who came with us, but we're doing it on our own. And we're over the hump. And now that the wheels are turning, because we've been through a lot, and she's been through a lot emotionally with losing her father and other things, normal things that happen in families. And the sacrifice of me when she had to go and when she does things, whatever, and I'm here by myself when I am by myself, it's not easy. And most people are not going to do that sacrifice to get to that point. But when they see the finished product, I'm going to be rich in their mind. Look, I gave away most of my clothes. I had about 3 closet fulls worth of clothes. I gave them away before I came out here for good. I haven't bought everything yet. I still have some nice outfits. But what I had would have been too hot. Even though I was living in Florida, I still had a lot of New York stuff. I still got my big Morpheus coat, just in case I go back to somewhere cold. So it's not like I'm balling like that.
So it never gets cold ever, like cold.
No, not northern United States cold. No,
so
no, not like that.
Winter, you don't need a coat.
Nah, I'm in shorts and t-shirts every day. I feel overdressed in pants.
In the winter time.
Shorts and t-shirts every day. Shorts and t-shirts every day. It's warm out here all the time. Or like not cold because I'm in the mountains. Yeah.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so what the picture that I have so far, the picture that I have so far is you wake up in the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
You and Sister Scurv are naked. And I ain't talking about sexually, I'm talking about Adam and Eve style. You go outside, you take a shower in the element, you walk, go to the mango tree about a football yard away and take a
Ah,
use the bathroom, come back to the house, look over at the mountains, and say, "Wow, you know that scene in well, no, that's not a good picture. That scene in Coming to America when he's on when he is Eddie's on the balcony and says, when he's in Queens and he opens his arm, what does he say? Um, Eddie Murphy in Coming to America, he's on, and then they said "fuck you" or whatever. But he's anyway, it's like the well, that's how I'm picturing you. And then you get water from the tank, and
yes.
you have regular electricity, okay, and you get fruit from your trees. What do you eat?
Hmm.
Are you eating Ghana African food or like American food? What's your food
I,
food?
I still eat American food. I just can't deal with the starchiness of the native plates. And they tend to, that's an understatement. It is hot, hot, spicy, hot, burn in your mouth, hot, spicy. It's obscene to me. Between that, I don't like yams. I'll eat them to survive. The only starch I like to eat is brown rice and potatoes or sweet potatoes. They ain't going for that. It's the food
You don't
food.
like spicy?
No.
Oh
Anything hot?
no. You lost your
Only,
black card.
only.
You lost your black
Ah,
you lost your
no,
black
no.
card.
The spiciest I like is mild jerk seasoning when I want to, right? But like all the time, I'll lean more towards something on the salty side. Not too much, but on the salty side. But hot, nah. But I do like, and it's not hot. I do like a wasabi on the sushi or season it in other food, but that goes up in your nostrils. It's not a hot on your tongue thing, right?
You're a
So
Jamaican.
yeah, but the American side beat the Jamaican side up and put it in the closet with a in a straight jacket. So I grew up. My mother's American, but my mother learned to cook all that food for my father. And it was always there, the aki, the salt fish, the avocado, and just the Jamaican dishes. But you know what? I don't even go for the Jamaican dishes. Yeah. I mean, if you have some jerk chicken that's not jerk to whatever, because for about 12 years I was a vegan, but I realized and learned certain things in that. So I'm plant based, but I will dip and dab a little bit each week in certain flesh for certain reasons of deficiencies that you can't get in a
Do you
vegan
have
diet.
do y'all have a lot of fish in Ghana?
Yeah, over by Tema, it's like a huge fish market where they catch the fish. Now, my problem with that is that they don't have the variety that you get in the States. You have a lot of variety, but to get sockeye wild caught salmon, you ain't getting it out here unless it's shipped out.
Oh,
And when they ship it out, you gotta pay a lot because I love salmon and I don't get the farm type. I get the one that because that's like poison. You got to get the sockeye, wild caught salmon, and that is good for you with the oils and the things that you can get inside of you. On a plant based
so
test because you can
they
say,
don't
well, I'm
have
not plant based
salmon in
anymore.
Ghana at all? They don't have
Say it
salmon.
again.
They don't have
Nah.
salmon in Ghana. Okay.
Oh, let me correct you. They don't have that salmon in Ghana, but they have a fish that they call salmon locally, but it's not the salmon we know in America. That sucks because I was so happy. They were like, "Oh, we have lots of salmon." I said, "Where?" Go down 5 blocks. I went there. I said, "I don't see no salmon." And they're like, "It's right here in front of you." I said, "Whoa, that's a different fish." They call it that, but I know where to go to get salmon. There's some places here. See, you can get anything you want.
Oh, they
You go into the
imported. They imported. Okay.
yeah, Heinz ketchup, Hellman's mayonnaise, anything you want, Captain Crunch, whatever you want. That's American. They have it, but they also have the equivalent of like they have stuff from Dubai and France and UK and just different places that have good stuff also. So the next time I go to the big Melcombe market, it's a store called Melcombe. It's like Walmart but higher, like a higher grade, like a Target, but even higher than that. And when you go in there, it is so huge. They have like little open areas where you can get fresh this and fresh that and sushi, and if you wanted fish, you wanted steak, you want it cooked, you want to buy it, and it's open and it's in its own little area there. You have all these fruits. They sell refrigerators, they sell electronics, they sell. It's clean and it's nice, and you would never think that this is Africa.
You
So I
gotta
got to go in there.
get us some pictures of that.
I'm gonna get you some video. But
Yeah.
see what I got to do. I got to go in there, me and Mrs. Scurv, right? And I'm gonna hold my phone up, and I'm gonna be talking, getting the footage. So I'm gonna be talking out my head or just talking to her, acting like I gotta sneak it because they're very touchy out here when you're videotaping and you're not from here. Like they think you're gonna like videotape and exploit and make fun, especially when you go like some of the poor areas. You'll get like 20 people screaming at you, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? So that's why a dear friend of mine taught me hold the phone up, look into it like you're talking, but the camera's not facing you, it's facing out. So that's what I do all the time. The last time I did it, I put it up maybe 2 days ago, I think. There was one of me walking around Medina Market, and I was talking, but no sound was coming out because I wanted people to see. I was laughing, smiling, but and then nobody paid me no mind. They just thought I was talking to somebody.
That's smart. That's smart. Genius. So, if you don't open your mouth with your American talk language, do people think you're
They
Ghanaian or
know.
they know?
They know. They know. They know. It's something. It's just look. If you see a Pakistan, well, you can tell by the look of a Pakistani. But if you see you in America in a black neighborhood where there's not a place that's just not diverse, even though all of America pretty much is, they have their pockets. You know, and me when they see me, they already know. I was
Oh,
speaking to
you
this
know
one
what?
guy.
To finish
Mhm.
with that. Oh no, that's a dumb question I had because actually I could tell when somebody's African. Like I could, even
Right,
though he's black, I
right,
could. I'm like they African. So go ahead.
exactly.
So I
Yeah,
guess they're like he ain't African. He ain't African.
right. So one guy, he says, "Oh, you're from America. I'll tell you where you're from." I said, "America." "No, you are from New York. I can tell by the way you talk. I heard you in the supermarket." "Yes."
What?
"Yep, yep, yep." So he told me, he pinpointed it because remember that many of the people here, like on social media, they down with they know all about. They don't know everything about it, but they know a lot about the culture in America. You see, American culture goes beyond its physical boundaries. There was a woman that I know, and she wanted to call me for some reason, and I wanted to get some information from her. 50 years old, decent church woman. And so her son, she has two sons and I think a daughter. And the son, he's in his early 20s. And, sometimes they don't just get up out the house early. They stay until they really get their footing and the economy's bad. But she's doing quite well. And so, I've been talking to her for months. I know her to be a decent woman. And so she says, "Oh, hold on, my son's coming in the room." And so she's like, "What's up, my nigga?" I was like, "What?" I was
Oh,
like, "What did you just say?"
what?
And she started laughing. I said, "Tell me that's not what I thought it was, that that's some Ghanaian word that means something else." That sounded like what I thought it was. And she says, "No." She says it's an inside joke. We've been saying it for a while. They know it's not a good word to Americans and stuff. But between us, I was like, she called her son my nigga. I'm like, oh man.
I don't like that word. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I know. And I was trying to figure out why and how it was a novelty. And it was a long story. Um, but it made sense from her point of view not to use it because she knows it's not a good word. But I understand how it came to be as an inside joke with her and her son. It was just so unorthodox, though. And
Yeah.
me hearing it like that, it's like you hearing a pastor say that or somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It blew my
So
mind.
Okay, so you wake up, you get
Uh-huh.
up, you you get up, you feel like you're in your own castle, you get your own water. Well, it's from a
Yeah,
tank. You grab your
yeah,
own food, you eat, and
yeah,
if you have to go into town, you go on the the bus. You go
yeah.
on the
Churchill.
bus to town,
Yes.
and you do what you need to do. When you're mixing, since you said they can tell you're not one of them from
Right.
their native, do you
Let,
face
let-
discrimination or do they welcome
yes, but
you like
but
a brother?
let me go into detail on that because there's certain areas that I always go into, and the people know me now. They know me on face value. I'm not saying, "Hey, Lance, how you doing?" But anywhere I go, if you notice, sometimes when I do a walking videotape, like I'm
Mhm.
just walking and whatever, or I'll go live on TikTok and I'll take that video and I'll download it and upload it. That's what I did for the one that I just put up on YouTube. I put it on Instagram also. So I'm kind of all over the place. But you'll see people, hey man, I haven't seen you for a while. The last video I did, the guy ran out the store saying, oh, I lost your number. I haven't seen him in a year. Forgot his name and everything. So there's some guys around the way that they do worthwhile things. And I say, hey man, or they want to get with me like, whenever you pull out your camera and you want me to film you and we do so and so. And there's some guys that want to do some worthwhile things, but the opportunities are not there. But when I go to certain areas, yes, there's certain, I've gone into shops, privately owned shops, small little, I can't say stores like it's a big store, but sizable, right? And you gather up your stuff and you go to the cash register and they take the person behind you and they don't talk to you. They ignore you. That doesn't happen all the time. Granted, that was one of the worst ones. And I'm saying, don't you see me here? Whatever. And they don't say anything.
So what's under is that? Oh, you think you rich and you from somewhere else?
Yeah,
What's the
yeah. You- you're here living good and you're exploiting us. That this is the first time they saw me. Now, there's a feeling with many who may see you over and over. And let me tell you something. You got some white people that live up in this area.
oh wow.
White people in an African village where the African village, I'm not going to say the exact name, safety reasons, whatever, but the people who know me know if they want to know. And I see them all the time. They live here. They walk in with their shorts and whatever. And usually those are like, I'm good. Sorry to the white people who are here. I'll call them white oddballs. I'm going to leave this damn Caucasian place and go live in an African village where I don't have to deal with this bullshit anymore. Like, they might have got a bad divorce or something, and they're like,
Right.
I'm going to find a big booty African woman and love her and marry and just live simple. Damn it. You have those types out here, right?
Mhm.
But for the most part, along my beaten path, like all the people in the village, when I say village, it's not like something where there's mud huts and nothing like that, but it's not the city that's comparable to any city in America, like when you go down into Accra. Um, the people live local. They have their little shops. They sell a little bread. They have little shipping container structures that may be cut to 10 feet or 20 feet. And they sell little things and they know each other. They have little beauty parlors that are like so small, but made out of a shipping container that's welded to be small. Electricity and dryers in there. It's just a different world, laid back. It takes me about 20 minutes from where I live on a brisk walk, and it goes up a little higher to get there. And it's easy. And if you just drop me here from the United States, because I was doing a FaceTime with a friend of mine, and he's a retired New York City police officer. I'm not saying he's fearless, but he's seen a lot. He's like, "You're crazy. Do you see how dark it is out there? You're walking out there in the dark." I think I got used to it, man. You know nothing gonna happen. And then when you come down a little bit, and you come by this tree that I can see from the house, but up way up, and you see that tree, and when you see the lights, when you turn that road and you go by this one tree that's so high up at night and you look over, it's really almost frightening. It's breathtaking.
Mm.
But I'm here walking, la 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 la. And then now, when the clouds come down low, the clouds now, that fog, I don't care. It could be like Morning time, if those clouds stay there, you ain't seeing too much in front of you.
Mm.
At most, maybe 8 feet. So forget it at night when it gets that way. And remember when that van dropped me all the way down there, 15 miles on that road, and I had to walk up in the clouds in the dark. And once you pass this particular area, there's nothing much except mountain range and a couple of small little settlements, I'll call it.
Wow.
Pitch black. Mr. Scurv was like, well, I know pitch black because in Jamaica, in the country, I said, I could look, I told her, I said, that you need to walk down there with me one night, part of the way. Let me tell you something. Wear diapers because you will feel scared. Trust me. Because, oh, and this is the other thing. The village, everything is shut down about 9:30, 9 o'clock, 9:30. So if you're looking to get something, you better wait until the morning time. And the Churchills will stop running, but they start running early in the morning. You may get one around 11 that's going down to try to get the last fare. But pretty much after that, you're paying a cab if you can find one. Or if you're stuck, you better hang out all night wherever you are. But it's quiet. And great crickets all year round. I listen to crickets now. The stress, which I'm not a stress type person, but whatever's on you from pulling you away from living at base level, it's gone now. I can walk outside. In my yard, I got the wall around, the sizable land and everything, lights out there and everything, the porch and everything, and walk out there. I can leave valuables out there because the wall is around.
Wow.
The door in the concrete, the sliding driveway gate, 8 feet tall, 18 feet wide, solid steel.
So
And you pull it backwards.
wow. I'm just, I mean, I'm picturing everything you're saying. I just have like
More questions. Give me questions. You know I'm talkative.
no. So I'm just hearing you, like you just do you feel this might be another obvious question, but I just
Oh,
want to
let's
hear
go deep. Mm-hmm.
well, just okay. As a black man in America, I'm not a black man, but I live with black men. I see black men. I know black men's experience. As a black man
Right.
in America, you can never truly feel at home here in America.
Right.
And reasons why. That's the obvious thing. So even the most comfortable black man in America on a conscious level, unconsciously, a black man knows it's not his home. You look at the money, the faces on the money. It's all about the Benjamins. You look at the on Mount Rushmore and the presidents and the statues and all that stuff. The only statues we have here, if it's anybody, is Martin Luther King, and that even is the only reason why. And I'm not going off on another thing, but I'm giving it context.
That's right. That's right.
The only reason black men in America here get on a stamp or something is because how they overcame racism. It's always connected to them.
Ain't that something?
Jackie Robinson
That's so true.
first, not because he's a great baseball player, but because he's the first to overcome racism. Like we're steeped in it. Malcolm X, who's the greatest hero for me ever, Marcus Garvey, but as far as American, Malcolm X is the greatest hero for me ever, is number one. But he's only great because of the obstacle he had, which was racism. Right.
That's true. I never thought of it that way.
So all our famous black men, even for the most part, historically famous. I'm not being on the basketball court, but like just our statues and stuff. They've overcome racism, and so
yes.
So that's a form of not being at home. That's a form. You know that the white man is God in America. And we can't really go back to Africa because we've been so far removed so long that I'm talking about feel at home. So in our minds, right? And so you have done it. A lot of people have done it. It's getting trendy now and all that stuff. But you actually, from your experience, and I see other YouTubers who talk about their experience, you actually have gone there and actually, instead of living large, maybe because you said you don't have the money to live large anyway.
right.
Instead of going
And if I did,
there.
I'd still do it this way. I would get it done a lot faster, but I still do it this way because I'm a creative person who thinks from the inside,
Mm,
and the experience, the
mm,
experience.
mm,
Like I was speaking to someone who's near and dear to me earlier, and they were saying, you know what? The experience of downsizing has made me know myself more. I'm enjoying myself more. And if and when something hits,
mhm,
whatever it may be, it may not protect me from what it is.
mhm.
But if there's extreme sacrifice that you need to do, I'm already there. So it won't hurt me. See what I mean? So I don't
Yes.
have to be, see, whatever amenities I have and put in this home, I'm not going to say it's untouchable because if somebody drops a nuclear bomb on Ghana or a country close by, we're going to feel it. You can't get away from those things. But it's almost like the mentality when they say you go into the military, and especially the Marines, and they strip you down and build you back up. I've
Well,
been,
I'm in a sorority, so we had to do that. So I understand.
right. And so my life has been that
Mm,
from a father who's a disciplinarian, but not somebody who was like, you better do this. No, not like that, but gently showed me discipline and why it's better to be disciplined. And it has affected every facet of my life and every part. Now, the only place in my life with the pretty girls, I had no discipline with them. But other than that, it's been discipline for me. So I'm hard on myself. And like when I was at the military base, there's a building not too, well, it's down in Accra. And you don't have too many notaries here. You have like 4 or 5 in the whole of Accra. Every other corner, you have like 4 or 5 in the States. So when I went into the building, even when they're checking my bag, when I went to talk to this guy, he had some rank in the military, but he was a notary. And after a few seconds, he was like, so I see you're a serviceman. And I said, you mean military? He said, yes. He says, how did you serve in the States? I said, I never did. I said, I've never been in the military. He says, come on, it's all over you. I said, no, it's the way I carry myself because I'm very disciplined. And you can pick up on that. I don't walk around like I'm marching. I don't go and get military haircuts. I'm just bald. You know what I mean? But, you know, it's something that comes off of me where I'm very efficient and I'm very disciplined when left alone. Like if you see Scurv in the street, I'm walking straight to where I'm going. My mind is on something. I'm thinking about something. I'm not just, look over there. Look, oh, that's pretty. I could relax and get around people and enjoy. When left alone, I'm on a mission. And so that's what people pick up about me. And it's that discipline that I enjoy this. See, it's like a fighter who likes to fight. Nobody likes to get hit in the face, but it's like when you do get hit in the face and you're in a fight, it's like, okay, yeah, come on, you hit me, I'm gonna get you now.
mhm.
So it's the sacrifice. Like, yeah, we came up from the dirt and look how good it's looking. They're doing the ceilings now. They got 2 more rooms in the living room. It's palatial.
Mm, mm.
And
You
they're
got
gonna
high
put
ceiling?
photo optic lights in the different layers around the edge so it can show neon, this, that, not like some freaked out disco, but the touches in there.
Mm,
And then we have the recessed lights and the chandelier's gonna come down, and it's 2 stories right over
wow.
right by the catwalk. It's beautiful. And it came from my mind.
Oh, wow. So you
This
designed
came from
it?
my soul. I designed the whole house in 20
Oh,
minutes.
wow. What?
20
What?
minutes.
What?
I like that. What? Yeah. The architect was supposed to come over in about an hour. We were down at the first apartment. And he says, and he called us on the Sunday. He says, do you have, he was going to come by and I thought we were going to talk about planning something or whatever. And I thought that's what it was. He says he's going to be there in 30 minutes. He says, do you have the plans ready? The rough sketch? Because I told him, I said, listen, I have to do this. I don't want you to draw something and suggest it to me. I got to have everything I need the way I want it. And he was looking at me like, how are you going to do this? You're not an architect. I said, well, I have a little bit of background doing apprentice work under Paul Friedberg. And he's a world-renowned architect. People don't know that much about me. I was going to go into that and go into City College and, but I changed my mind. I didn't like it. I love the aspects, certain aspects of it, right? But topical views and rough blueprints and layouts, I can do. I can do a layout better than what most people can come out in their mind with. If I sit down for an hour and talk to you and get to know your personality and what you like, what you don't like, and details that most people don't think. But I've been walking around with this in my head for years. And so in speaking with Mrs. Scurv, what she wanted, I already knew what she wanted, but she's not that way where she can look and see things in her mind like I can, being an artist and a person who's visual. I can see three-dimensional in my mind. So he said, no, I'm coming there in 30 minutes to pick up the finished plan because I have to go to Kumasi and I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I was like, what? I said, okay. I laid back in the bed, kicked up my knee, put the pad there, said, come on, Miss Scurv, we're gonna do this house right now. See, I knew what I wanted. So I knew I wanted that catwalk. I knew I wanted the high living room ceiling. I knew I wanted to have the back balconies wrapped around and another one private in the back and a carport below it. So it's like 3 balconies because everything's on a grade. I knew I wanted to have my own studio and a separate floor that you can go in and make all the noise you want because this is concrete construction and you wouldn't hear anything. If you wanted to skip rope on the top floor, I wouldn't know it below.
Wow.
I want angles. I wanted angles. I put all my stairway in the back. I didn't like stairways in the front where you had to walk down if you saw somebody that you didn't like in your family. Oh, I got to go out, but I got to go past them and say hi. No, you can slip in and out through the back entrance. From the master bedroom to the middle floor to the bottom floor and go right out by the carport in the back and walk up either side.
Mm. So,
This layout and traffic flow, it is a big house, granted, but the traffic flow makes it feel bigger.
wow.
You know, the whole time I've been on the show, I've been upstairs. I've been in the bedroom and in the other room next to it. The computer's there, but I'm on the phone walking around. I'm talking to you, but I threw some rice in the oven. Poured some water out the big jug. You didn't know that. But I'm saying that the traffic flow, I don't have to leave this place the way it feels. It's not the kind of house where I've been in the house all day and I want to go outside. And if I want to, I can go on the balcony, either one, any angle. It's not rich. It's well planned. Like I told Mrs. Scurv earlier, everything you do must be larger than life to exploit what you have. If you have high ceilings and exploit that. Walk in there and get the wow effect. Be creative. I've known people that have really high ceilings in the living room. I think mine is like 22. And they put all the pictures at eye level. Well, what about the top part? Make your eye go up. Be extravagant. You just have to get the materials, and sometimes you have to take your time. We're going to use this material they have that they use on the ceiling. It's a real thick material. It's a funny name they got for it. The concrete walls are all flat, but they're concrete and they look concrete. Well, you put this stuff over it, it looks painted and it's done. And then we'll leave it like that, get the tile work done, and begin to put the stones on the wall the way we want. I saw a spot in Floyd Mayweather's house with the lighting and the stones. It's going to look just like that. But as you get it, you stroke it with the paintbrush, meaning that you take your time and you build it the way you want. So if you take 2 years and do that, you're living in a house that looks larger than life, not to show off for anybody, but I'm 61 years old, y'all. I'm getting them phone calls every 2 weeks of friends that passed away. I'm not afraid of that. All I'm saying is that today is the future that I wanted for, so I'm living this way now. And I'm so thankful to my creator to get to this point, to have the presence of mind, to have the ability to sacrifice and all those attributes that helped me to get to this point. And I am content. I'm content. I can say, well, see, most people, they get to this point. Oh, yeah, well, I want to I want to get something twice as big. And let me tell you something. I see some real mansions up here where I live. There's little pockets of place right across the mountain. If I had
Mm,
binoculars or can pull it in close, some of them houses over there
mm,
will swallow this house up.
mm.
There's one house over there. The living room was so big it would swallow this house up. I think the living room, there's a part of it that's like 3 stories high. The living room and a huge catwalk with a Scarface type stairwell going down both sides.
Find out if they're taking any nannies. I'll come.
Right?
I'm
You
serious.
got you got places out here where the
I
maids'
got a
quarters are
passport.
bigger, yeah, bigger than this house.
I got a
Yeah.
passport. I'm ready to use it. I ain't used it. I got a passport. So I was asking you the question you basically already answered, but
Hmm.
you basically already answered it, but I'm gonna still just get it out because what's important about the question for me is the contrast between here and there as a black man. And so what I was saying was here as a black man, even though I'm a woman, I got eyes to
Hmm.
see and I got black men I love, so I can tell there's no
Right.
you don't feel at home because anything related to the power structure, which is the faces on the money, past presidents, statues, anything, what's on TV, who's the alpha
Yes.
male. Um,
Right.
so when you don't have that in it with our history of slavery, obviously you can't feel nothing but adopted or secondarily as a black man. So, but I know I'm just setting this up as the question when a
Oh, I know.
Af- when an American African man goes to Africa, you are not
Hmm.
quite African culturally because obviously it's like the adopted kid who grew up in the adopted parents' home and then they go live
Exactly.
at age 16, 17, they go live with their biological parents now, where the other
Yes.
biological kids who born and raised with them, they got a rhythm, they know what they eat, they know what they do, but that's where you belong. You might even look just like them, but obviously there's going to be
Hmm.
you grew up in an adopted family. So it's a
Right.
two-part question. You already kind of answered one, but coming from America where you are not at home and
Right.
going to Africa where you've been away from home too long to feel immediately at home because it's a learning curve.
Right.
Do you feel at home there in spite of having been away? And will you, what's the difference between how you felt in America and how you feel there, since both places are not quite native to you?
Right. Well, piggybacking off of my experience with my I can't say fans because I'm not I'm not on it like that, but they didn't know me face to face, and I went there and I've had such a warm, truly warm time where I felt like I knew them for so long. Now, that was a different situation than living in a village, living in a city. And we understand the economy is a certain way. So when you are a brony, meaning a foreigner or American, you have money and the hustle is, listen, brother, can you just give me something or dash me something? They're not trying to always scheme on you, but I will tell you that the atmosphere overall is so relaxing. And the analogy that I use is that when you are that child and you have that heavy knapsack, maybe it's Friday and you got to bring all these books home now. You can't leave them in school because you got to study for this test on Monday. And you got this heavy knapsack and you don't realize it. You're laughing and talking with friends, and you get home and you take the knapsack off your back and you realize how heavy it was. So when I got here, and there's certain things I didn't have to look over my shoulders for, certain things I didn't have to subconsciously anticipate. It was like, man, I don't want to go back to that atmosphere. But you can't think about it and experience it. You have to come here to experience it. Now we know what the faces on the dollar, oh, I'm sorry, on the currency here. that many of our leaders are compromised and sell out sometime. And it's still a good feeling to see the same faces on the currency. It's a good feeling to see the billboards and see the same faces, even though some of the billboards are for bleaching cream. Okay, we understand that. But still, you see that the colonizer has gotten the people here in a different way, in an invert way, where it's an interlocking way on the other side, but it's the same mindset from different sides. So if you have a willingness to embrace what is here, it will embrace you. If you turn your nose up at some of the things that, and I'm not saying extreme poverty, but really and truly, I have shoes in the closet that I haven't worn since we moved to this house. I got 50 million pairs of Crocs that I bought, and I walk a lot and I wear them down, and I just go buy another one. I don't wear jewelry. I have a couple pieces of jewelry there, but there's no superficial thing, or I'm wearing this for me. Nah, I'm in a second childhood right now with the sense and wisdom that I've accrued over 61 years of living, but the freedom, not because I don't have a mortgage, but because I don't have a mortgage. Because when you 6 and 7 and 8 years old, you ain't think about no mortgage and no rent. You open the fridge, there's food there, you cut the lights on, the lights work. But when I open the fridge, the food is there. And when I cut the lights on, they work. I got to pay the bill. I got to make sure there's food in there. But if that's all I have to do, I'm free. I can go back there and get some GMO-free fruit untouched by human hands except me. I can get up right now. And I'm not saying this because I'm tired. I want to get off. I'm enjoying myself. It's 1:14 in the morning. I can go out down the darkest road and walk, and I'm pretty much safe. Yes, things go on here. Not here, really. Petty things, right? But you don't hear shootouts out here. It's different too because the people see you. The city people, they're used to seeing Americans and stuff like that a little more. But up in the village, when you're passing through, you will get stared at sometime because you're a different creature. I'm from Southside Queens, born in Manhattan. I got that all over me. There was a couple of girls who ran behind me and thought I was some rapper. I'm like, who? He talks just like him, right? I'm like, I understand. So when you engage, and it's like two kids who don't know each other, but the mothers are in the park and they're looking at each other. And they're looking at each other and they're quiet. You give them 15 minutes, they're playing like they knew each other all their lives. So when I'm walking through the markets and the vendors that are there see me and I stop and I talk with them, and we all have, I make sure they have an inside joke with all of them. And they come, oh, Lance, or Bruni, come, I have a joke for you. I want to tell you something. I want you to meet my friend or whatever. That's how it happens, from the bottom up. I'll go down there sometime where the vendors are and sit with them for an hour or two. I'm going to do that this week. I'm going to do some videotape. We're going to pass the camera around and make you feel like you're there. I'm going to do it right to the curb. Make you feel like you straight hanging. Not this, I went to this monument and I went to this museum and I went there. No, I walk amongst the people. I sit down with the guys selling coconuts and chopping them so you can drink. There are guys who sell phones and phone cases. There's a guy from Nigeria who lives here now, and he's a little vendor out there. He has his little cart. And every time we see each other, we like kids. I tiptoe and sneak up on him and tap him. Gotcha. He'll see me coming and run down the street around. Grown man, very muscular, short guy. Reminds me of my father, even though he's younger than me in his build. And we just smile with each other. Ain't no homo. We see each other and smile and hug, and we're glad to see each other. There's another guy who tops up my Momo. I bring him my money. He puts on a mobile money, but they call it Momo. And we'll sit there and talk for a while. There's another girl that sits next to him. And just as you're hearing me say this, you're going to see it in the video. She doesn't speak much English. I'm not flirting with her, but I said, you know, you're my second wife. You know, you're a sweet woman and you're my second wife. And she just glowing. Family that you didn't know that you had in spirit. Anywhere you go, you're going to see people who are envious of you because of what they think you have. But when you're willing to walk amongst the people, when I walk through the market, I walk through there freely. Nobody hits me in the head or picks my pocket or whatever. Some still look strange, like this guy's still here. You know what I mean? But I'm relaxed as anything. Their shop owner's a guy, the phone doctor. I always go by him, and he repairs phones. And I always go over there and tell jokes, and all the guys working under him. We laugh and we're talking. They always want to ask me questions about America. And they're like little children at the bedtime story. The eyes are wide open. Oh, it's really like that? Tell me more. 3, 4 hours go by and I'm there. I'm like, man, I got to get home. You trying to hold me down here? I got to get that last van going up. There's some that go 24 hours though, so I'm okay. It's a beautiful thing.
Wow.
I feel, okay, home, when I say home, and I say America, and I say New York City, I'm talking about Queens, New York back in the day. I was born in Manhattan, lived the first 5 years of my life in Manhattan, about a mile from where Malcolm X was shot. The hospital that he was wheeled over to was the hospital I was born in. But I was raised in Queens also. And I had a wonderful childhood. And I always say it. The only thorn in my side was having a brother that was on drugs most of the time. And I didn't have that relationship. And I wanted that. But my neighborhood back in the day, it didn't get sweeter. The characters, the people, the camaraderie, the block parties, the fun. And to still have at least 10 super close friends that I still talk to almost every day or
Wow.
text or something. And they all know each other. I got a WhatsApp group of friends of mine that we all know each other and we're interchangeable. We can hang out with each other back in the day. We can hang out with each other all the way, going to the peep shows and topless bars and all that crazy stuff. But we were decent young men. And we talk every single day on our WhatsApp group chat. But it's real. And here, I have that feeling. If I stayed in New York City or even stayed in Orlando, Florida, I was there for 19 years. I felt at home on certain levels, but it was stripped away. It was almost like the episode of Star Trek where there was this alien people served the crew, Kirk, Bones, Spock, Scotty, food, and it didn't have no taste. It looked good, but these aliens weren't able to replicate flavor in food that humans would eat. You see? So Orlando to me was like that. I got along and have good relationships of people that still speak to me at 2, 3 times a week. They're inmates who still call me, who still love me. So I have this thing all over the world, but it was too scattered there. In Orlando, I wanted to be able to get more into creativity. I have a lot of creative people there, but a lot of them are weird. It's like they're scared to get together with you and create something greater on a synergistic level. I got tired of that. So it wasn't like I was running from America. I was running to my true home. Because here, I don't have anxiety attacks. I'm just saying there's no anxiety. I got some knuckleheads that live near me, hating people. I won't go into that. But this place is big and I'm bigger than any person who's envious of the choice of me because of the choices they made in their life. I didn't do it to you. I'm always willing to be open. I don't care who you are. There's a young man who comes, he's going to come Thursday and he keeps the yard trimmed down when Mrs. Scurv is gone, when she does her travels. I don't mind doing it, but it takes up too much time. I'd be out there all day. I got so much to look over in the construction and looking over this and making sure this is right, and paying this and doing this and that. It's cool though. Lots of times, of course, I have the money to hop on a van. And most times I walk up the hill. I say hill, but it's on top of a mountain. And I see people, the girls selling this stuff from on top of their head, but they made it home early in the morning, 3, 4 in the morning, to come out there and sell all day. One girl I saw down in Medina, in the market, and they have them that some come from other parts, and they call them the kata girls. And the kata is the cloth that they put on their head, wrapped around, so that when they put the big bowl or the big wooden thing on their head, it can sit flat. And so they're there sometime, and they'll help you to your car. And they don't ask much. And you can put 50, 60, 70 pounds of stuff on their head, and it doesn't fall. And you throw them a few CDs, and they're appreciative of that. Well, there was one who was following me, and I had a little plastic bag in my hand. Sir, please, please, I will help you. And she was so sincere. She wasn't trying to hustle me, like take me off or something. So I gave her 20 CDs. Most people give you 2 CDs. I said, here, I'm not rich, but every now and then I'll do something nice. And she says, but I want to take, I said, listen, I don't have a car, and I'm giving you that. Oh, God bless you. Oh, God bless you. And every time I see her, she's not looking for more. She just, oh, thank you. God bless you. Maybe I'll do a little interview with her. Her English is not good. But you do have hardworking people here who, while they may be into the religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity, a lot of them are still good people. It doesn't mean when you're religion, but what I mean to say is that they're not into the shyster end of it, the hypocritical part of it. They're sincerely in it. And they're trying. And those are good people. That's why I always look out for them. And when I see them all over, hey, man, you don't live there no more. I said, no, man, I'm up in the mountains. That means you left an impression on them. When I go back to the old neighborhood, here, the last apartment that we lived in and left in late August, early September, they treat me like a long lost son. Try this out. I'm like, you got yam in there? You know I can't eat yam. You're trying to kill me with that hot sauce or whatever the spices? And they laugh. They say, we're going to turn you into a full Ghanaian. I said, I know. But you will have the men, the older men, who, well, $1, I just saw the stacks done. I might have been missing messages, and I'll continue, but $1 is 15.45 CDs. And I would like to say the CD is the equivalent of the dollar, but it's not, but it's like a dollar, you know, and it stretches. But remember, if something is $2, let's just round the CD off to 15 CDs, and something is actually $2, it'll probably be 30 CDs. So if you go down to the tourist area and you're used to paying almost $2 for a long Three Musketeer candy bar, you might pay 30 CDs for it, roundabout. And if it's imported, maybe a little more. So you have to always think that way. You know, because me, I get paid in American dollars. My pension check comes as, you know, I know what I get in dollars. When I put my card in, it comes out as CDs. And you always get the equivalent of what it is that, you know, you're looking to get. But as far as that, just, man, I got that good old feeling here, yet I'm in Africa. I got that good old nostalgic back in the day feeling here when I go into the town and you can talk to people. They might look at you and they might think you're a brony. The girls might try to flirt with you because they think they can get some little money out of you, a little cheap thing or whatever. I say, listen, girl, I'm not trying to bed you down here. Come on, let's go get something to eat. I've done that. Even with Miss Scurv did. It's like, let's treat her to something. Or let's give that guy something. I did it one time. The girl was lost her mind. I was down there getting ready to do some videotaping a couple months ago. And I don't push it like I have to come back with videotape. I let it flow. Nothing was happening. And when I go down to Osu, I don't, okay. Okay, let me see something. It's always a phone. I am doing a show. I hope I didn't get cut off. Yeah, so
I can hear you.
yeah, so the thing is, that threw me off too because they keep calling. And they know I'm on alive too. I don't understand it. Yeah, so I mean, they keep because they're calling me through the direct app, which overrides my muting of the phone because I muted it. Like I can get calls, but you won't hear it. It won't cut me off like this does. So I was saying about a lot of the men who are my age who see more of the modern Ghana. These are my deepest perceptions through my experiences. You will sometimes feel a resentment, a mild resentment that's not really for you, but it's directed at you because look at you. You coming from America. I know you have I know you have a They're gonna keep ringing. I'm gonna keep knocking it off too.
Maybe because you have the phone number on there. Are they calling the lot? Because maybe they want to come in. Is
Oh
that?
no, I know who it. No, I know who it is. They don't want to
Oh,
come
oh,
in,
oh,
but
oh, oh.
they're calling. Yeah, they're calling directly on the app because you can call straight the American phone number that I have posted. You don't have to go through WhatsApp. You can call straight,
Oh,
and and the call is rerouted through the internet. As long as I have the internet, and the person calling from America never gets any kind of long distance charges. So I pay $143 a year for that, just the app. And if you send me a text up into a certain amount of characters, I think it's 330, I'll get it and I can and everything goes to my email. If you call direct and you call and leave a voicemail, it goes to my email. So I got to be 007 with this stuff. But yeah, like I was saying, and I'll give you an example, but let me just explain it first. You have a lot of guys who were born and raised here, and they were living in the Ghana of the 70s, the Ghana of the 80s. That's not the Ghana now. That's not the Ghana now. The modern amenities and the smartphones and the shopping malls and all this development going on down in the city. It wasn't like that. A lot of dirt roads, a lot of simple living, which was no problem. But here I come from a place that they know is advanced. And I slide on in and I'm enjoying this new thing. And they had to endure. They had to sacrifice, even though they didn't realize they were sacrificing because it was a way of life for them. Right? But now they know they were sacrificing because they see how modern everything is. But I also, with the workers who come here in the different stages of me being here, they respect me because they're like, oh man, you're a Ghanaian. Not because I'm naked in the yard in the tank. I can take my water up on the private balcony. Dude, I'm too lazy sometimes. I'm like, them guys, they ain't looking at me that way. Let me get a quick one in over here. So they understand. Like, oh, damn. He's not an American coming here and turning his nose up. But those old men that I see, and I say old men, I'm saying they're my age because some people call me old. I have no problem with that. I'm 61, so I mean, somebody 25, oh, damn, you old. I'm okay. Let's see if you make it to this age and have as much energy as I am. But I'm not competing with nobody. But the thing, you will get that kind of resistance. So when you have to go somewhere and you're in a like the lands commission and you have your paperwork, or you're renewing your paperwork every 2 years to be documented here and legal here, and they see you and you're the same age. I'm kind of bending this around to prove the point, but all of these things have happened. Not a lot. And they see this guy, it's got this property, and he's this age like me, but he don't look as old. And what kind of work do you do, man? Which they ain't supposed to ask, but I tell them, I said, listen, I'm retired. Retired. You have retirement out here, but they don't give you much. The same way most of the time in the United States. Pensions are a little not as the way they used to be, where you're going to get this check every month for the rest of your life. Most of the time, they try to push a 401k on you. It depends on the market. You may have enough money to live for 2 years and that's it, or a year or whatever. And then you got to be that guy at Walmart or Home Depot as a greeter. It's a 75-year-old man. That's sad. Well, here's worse. And a lot of the men, they're still struggling. And it's unfortunate. Some will look at you and say, wow, you know, bless you. Good for you. They want to befriend you. They want to say, well, hey, maybe this guy can help me out. A lot of people say, hey, they look at you. There's another part where a lot of the older men will look at you as a way out. Not in a bad way, like I'm gonna hustle you. Oh, brother, if you start any business, just let me know. I'll be willing to help. You know, things are not easy for me. You know, so oh, brother, I got you, but I'm not there yet. But anything we can do together or think up, we can do. There's a brother who he has access to another guy who is a developer. And he came to me and he said, man, he said, I ran across you on social media. You never told me you were that big on there. And I'm like, no, I'm not big, man. And my channel got knocked. He said, nah, man. I went on your site. You've been doing this for a long time. I said, well, I'm kind of underground. He says, well, listen, we'll get together. I want you to come to the properties of my friend. And if you can reach the people that follow you. I said, but listen, let me tell you one thing straight. I don't rip anybody off. I said, if I do something like this with you, it's got to be on the up and up. And I got to check everything out. I said, because in the past, I've vouched for people that have come on my show and they've turned around and try to rip people off. I can't do that. He said, no, it's okay. But we have this land, and he told me some prices. I'm like, whoa. Just the same way there's other people that I know who have phenomenal prices on things that are legit. Because I'm here and I can see it. There's some who say it, I'm like, I know it's a ripoff from when they open their mouth. Because I got the rhythm here. See, I'm not like that fighter who just started the first round with this fighter who he don't even know his style, never fought him before. Look, when you have a 12-round fight, well, let's go back to the old days. When you have a 15-round fight and you have a rematch, that first round in the rematch is not the first round in the rematch. It's the 16th round because you can fight faster because you know this person's style. So I've been out here straight 4 years. September makes 4 years straight. Never left. Don't even have a feeling to leave. I know what New York smells like. I know what the hot dogs smell like. I know what it's like when the subway under the grate and it blows up, that funky smell. I know all of that. Names of places change and that stuff, but certain things ain't going to change. I wanted to be in a place that had a forever feel. The same way in my limited perception when I was a child, that when you're 6 or 7 or 8 years old and the people down the block are moving, you say, why are you moving? Because for the years you lived there, it felt like forever. Now in the United States, you don't even know your neighbors. You don't talk to them, not because you don't want to, but it's just the way it is. The trauma, the tension, the watching your back. People that want you to know their business. We're not living as we should. And even though you have gossips here, you have some who have that little bit of resentment, or some who want to kind of like, you know, get around you, think they're going to get a little extra money. You know what? It's cool because this feels so much better in America. And I love America, but I don't love the American system. This is what many people who come at me of the Tariq Nasheed posse or the indigenous posse. Man, you ran over there, man. Well, you ain't African, no way. Well, with a Jamaican father, how you tell me that? When 93% of all Jamaicans, black Jamaicans, directly are from Ghana. Well, your mama American. Well, she was born in this soil. But I can tell you her background is Native American there. So what's wrong with that? See, we so caught up in the divisions that we can't see the commonalities. We can't see how we're connected because we're thinking through a Western mindset. We're thinking through the mindset of the colonizer because we've been duped. See, that's why I specify the white Jesus when I talk about Jesus, the fraudulent one that was put there for you to worship so that every time you see somebody who looks like him, you bow down to them. I have no problem with the real Jesus. See? And so our minds are so screwed up. It's like a jigsaw puzzle where you take 10 jigsaw puzzles and mix up all the pieces and give each person a handful. Some of the pieces don't match. In reality, they do, but our minds are fragmented. So when I walk here, just like when I went down to Brownstown, Jamaica, where my father was born and raised, and I looked at the trees and wondered which trees he climbed that he used to tell me he climbed. I was right there. It's a small area. I cried when I got there. And so I see people out here that look like my father, my Nigerian friend who is a vendor down there. If I squint my eyes, he looks like a young version of my father. There's so many things that will bring us back together, but we have to tap into the spiritual. You can do DNA and all you want. That's not gonna, we have to tap into the spiritual. And you might find people who share the same DNA, but they don't have your same spirit. What a letdown. So what was made to be a disadvantage for us is actually an advantage. Because instead of trying to nitpick through DNA like we're looking for mail for a specific address, we can say we're all related. And that's the only way we're going to overcome this. And this is the way I speak when I'm in town. This is the way I speak when I'm on a chocho and somebody brings up a conversation with me. I have lots of good conversations with so many people. And we switch numbers and we talk. You all know I like to talk. And it's a beautiful thing. Hit me with some more questions. I ain't done yet. I'm gonna talk over everybody under the table tonight.
Well, I only have one last one. I don't want to get fired from my job. I've been on this all sneaking from massa all this time because I'm not
Oh
in Ghana.
yeah, right.
I'm not in Ghana
Oh,
yet.
don't worry, I got a room for you. It ain't done yet now, but I got a room for you. A big room, private. I won't even know you're here. You don't have to feel like, oh, I've been there too long. They might want me out the house. I'll be like, where are you? I don't know where you are. You in the back? You in the front? You in the room?
Yeah. Well, this is my last question for the show, but
Mm-hmm.
if somebody else wants to come on, of course.
Sure.
So just for this episode, I'm gonna have a lot more on a different one, but I want to know
Yeah,
what's your
not to cut you before that. Just there's things I need to say that need to be extracted out of me. It's not an ego thing, but I want you to challenge me in the deepest interview that you can give me. Because I've done that before, and people just light with the questions. I want you to go for the body shots. I want you to knock my teeth out, what few I have left. But go ahead, go hit the question.
So on this one, this is just a sparring match. I'm not gonna hit you too hard on this one because we've been on a while. But I'm a prepare some good ones that really not only challenge you to go deep, but that we also, because you kind of you're the new frontier, and what I mean by that is you go somewhere and feel it out, and then you know if it's good or bad, you're the first line of defense that feels it and goes back and tells everybody, okay, come on, it's all free and clear, or oh no, there's landmines here and stuff, and there's no place perfect, so we're not even talking about
Right.
what's
I
perfect.
understand.
Not every place has its flaws, its crooks,
Right.
the good, the bad, all that stuff. How would you advise other Black males, females too,
Mm-hmm.
females, so I don't want any females to say I'm just talking about the males, but men,
No, we understand.
but the black community, we know our males have been targeted and castrated
Yes. Yes.
psychologically, financially, economically. That's what when I was saying earlier about being on the currency or the statues. Most statues and most currencies in all countries are males anyway. So men are the head of society and generally speaking and all that. So that's why I'm really focusing on men, black men. So
Right. Right.
a lot of our black men who are lost here, would you recommend and speak on how your masculinity as a male is experienced different there than here, and could you recommend or whatever for the men here, like to come on over, like you're sending out back a message to say all is free and clear, come on, or wait and beware, or what, in relation to being a black man in the world, in this earth, coming from the West, now coming here, and those. So I want your experience, but I want it to be tailored towards like men who are listening, like,
Most definitely.
yeah,
Well,
something like
first of
that.
all,
Exact, but kind of like,
first of all, your masculinity as a black man here is not a threat. You don't have to tone it down. The only thing you have to understand is that, I will say this with much respect, but most and many of the Ghanaian men here, they would be looked at as passive and not very aggressive. And they can be aggressive in trying to get money and driving the chochos and arguing with each other. I don't mean that way, but those who are touched by the religion that chains them, that subdues them, our aggression could be misunderstood here. So we have to modify it, not tone it down, but break it down in a way that when we display our aggression, because they expect us here to be aggressive, through the TV and the movies and the Boys in the Hood and all the aggressive things they see of us, gangbangers and gangsters, and they expect that. I've talked frankly with men and women here, and that's pretty much how, not the older folks, because they didn't grow up with them movies and stuff like that, but a lot of the ones who are maybe my age and going younger, and there's a lot of the younger individuals here who are coming up with a different mentality now, because they getting into the equivalent of what's becoming gangster rap here to poison the minds of those who are here. And
terrible.
I would say that they look up to us as black men from America, because even if they are a little brainwashed thinking white America is where it's at, we're over here and we're in every area of expertise. So they also, when they bear it, because on a manhood level, some men don't want to give praise to another man, which I have no problem with that, but they see us in a special way. And if we understand how they see us and don't come off too intimidating, we can get along just fine. Show them that we're here to blend into the culture, but we're also here to bring the best of where we came from. And together we can be synergistic and be stronger than the sum total of 2 people or 10 people or thousands of people. But it doesn't mean we know everything, because here in this culture, there are many who are not educated in school that know a great amount on how to deal with the land, on how to deal with certain things, and also the rhythm here. It's like some highways you drive down to merge into on a Friday night in a big city. You better merge and merge quick, because those cars are moving quick, damn near like the Autobahn. But here, I'm not saying about the highways actually, I'm saying about the people. Everybody's a Sunday driver on this highway, and you can take your time and merge in. Hence, sometimes the frustration that comes when you try to order some food and the food doesn't come so fast. Everything is laid back. So we just have to have a converter in our movements so that we are read properly, but there's no This that tension. I didn't know, not a tension or a stress, but it's like a heavy blanket that you can walk around with, but it's heavy. You know what I mean? And when you take it off, it's like, whoa, I feel so light. Yeah, there are cultural differences. Yeah, there's things we have to modify as far as the perception, and we don't have to, but these are our own black people, so let's go the extra mile for them to make them understand and give them a teachable moment.
I
And
want
once
to
you do that, yeah,
let
go
me ask
ahead.
a very specific question to what it's the same question, but I want to ask you
Hmm.
a yes or no question that you can't expound on, but it's a yes or no.
Yeah,
Do you feel like a king over there?
yeah. I feel I can spread my wings and be all I can be. I do. And I don't mean as I'm walking down the street and yes, everybody, I'm a king, and but I do. I feel more of a man here. Come on. Yeah, of course I do. Now, I'm going to use the example with the house. Now, I put this food in the oven, didn't cut the oven on, and took a bite of the rice, the brown rice, it's cold as heck. I was like, what? Anyway, um, let's use the example of the house.
Sister
And
Scurv, you slipping, Sister Scurv.
no, I did. I,
Get in that
I did
kitchen,
that.
sister. I'm just kidding.
Oh, no,
I'm Shahrazad up in here. Get in that kitchen, sister. No, I'm just
you're right. No,
kidding.
if she did, the show might be over quick because she'll make something real good. I'll be like, oh, I got to go now and eat this. Focus on this.
I'm just teasing. I'm just
No, I
teasing.
know you are, sweetheart. But I feel within myself and as a man more appreciated here. Not that the people are lining up the roads and, oh, Scurv. No, no, no. Half the folks don't even know me. But I never walked as a boy in America. And that's the problem, because they want you to walk as a boy when you're a black man, talented and smart outside of the educational system. I could never apologize for my talents and my confidence that my father put in me and my mother put in me in my upbringing. I'm not going to apologize for that. That is looked at as cocky over there. But when you offer what you have and you give little teachable moments, and I receive teachable moments. I'm not a scholar that just walk over here and I'm teaching everybody. What am I going to teach them? We share. But as a man, when I walk out of my home, and this is not a me, narcissistic, me, I'm this and I'm better than anybody, because anybody can do it, but you just got to make that leap. Even if it's not here, even if it's in Costa Rica or Mexico or Philippines, wherever, right? But when you turn around and you say, look, I built that. Now we got workers to build it and lift the cinder blocks and pour the concrete. Yeah. But when you have a plan with your life and you can think it up in your mind, and you're going to have bumps in the road, but you succeed in that. There's nothing no white man in America can give me as far as any status in his system that would make me feel better than what I accomplished out here. All these years, you're on a job and you know that you're better than that. You know that you're better than certain things, and they don't give you the raise. And you're trying to get this raise, but the insurance goes up. So now you got to pay more. Even though you got the raise, you even more broke. You see what I mean? So here, I'm like, I don't have no mortgage. For the money I get, I can use it for what I want. And I want to do this and I want to do that. And the things I plan on doing and the things that I project on doing, I can do more with little, a lot less. If I was working full time in the second gig that I was doing, I'd have a lot more money. But what am I going to do with it except feed it back into the system like a little boy? I'm not calling my brothers and sisters little boys, little
You'd
girls.
have a lot more money, but you have a lot more expenses, right? So it doesn't really
Exactly.
matter what you make. It matters how much you save and how
Right.
much you
Right.
have.
Right.
The reason I ask
Exactly.
that question about a king. I wasn't being funny. I don't know if not funny,
No,
but
no,
I
I
was
know.
being,
I know how you talk.
and well, not just you, but I wasn't like, oh, do you feel like a king? But black men don't get to feel like a king anywhere. Okay, I'm not talking about the
Right.
individuals who have the pride, because like you said with your father, you might have your own self pride, but I mean collectively, black men, in America, African men don't feel like a king anywhere in America
Mm.
collectively. And when Richard Pryor, those of a certain age, well, I'm too young for Richard Pryor, but I heard about him and I studied him. But he used to say the N word all the time. And then when he said he went to Africa and he came back, he said, I didn't see no N's over there. And to say he didn't see, and then he expounded to say basically the N word was created from slavery. I'm not just talking about the word,
Mhm.
I'm talking about the mentality of the N word was
Right,
from
right,
slavery.
right,
We
right.
thought it was synonymous with being Black African, but when he
Right.
went over there, he realized no, that's a mentality, and these people, they look like me, but they don't have the mentality. So he
Right.
realized that whoa, and then so it said that I guess I want to piggyback on the thing to say, because a lot of Black men who are in need of the boost that you have over there economically, as well as just feeling
Mhm.
at home, your color is not a standout. They have to be able to sacrifice too. So, because or else it's not like another America that they could just go to for
Mhm.
convenience. So you got to give up something to get that, right? Like you're already built like that. You're already built like, oh, I can sacrifice. But or else all African American African men would be just going over there if they already could just have a mansion built and
Right.
a car. And
Right.
are they going to be willing to go on the cho? Are they going to be willing to take showers out in the element? Are they going to be willing to carry their water jugs?
Yes.
Like, so I guess I don't know if it's a question or a comment
Mhm.
about what you received over there as a Black man
Mhm.
and what you had to sacrifice materially or physically, not materially, physically,
I know what you're saying.
lifestyle to get that. Are all the other brothers willing to do that, like collectively? Like,
That's right. See, this is the thing. Anybody can do it. You choose your level. Some people will say, I don't have any money to do that. You had a house to sell to do that. Well, you may have to do it a different way. You may have to work 3 or 4 years and come up with something and get with a person like me. I don't want no money from you. That there are people that I know that are interested in getting land out here, and I will look over and make sure they don't get ripped off. I'll do the FaceTime. I'll show them. I'll go to the lands commissions, let them see the papers, everything. I don't run any kind of brokerage or any kind of service. But for those who are willing to do that, that I know, I said, well, I'll do that. See? So it's from your own level and it's done different. So you need more people to really tell you the real deal and show you. Like if there's ever a day that you want me to do a show and I'm going to walk around, really walk around like in the country and let you see it and talk to people and just tell you what I see and do a long thing, like get up early, or if I get up early, then it's too early over there. But maybe I start like in the afternoon where it's morning over there and I'll just go into the night. We'll walk through the villages and the towns, and then I'll go into where the nightlife is and show you the contrast within an 8-hour show. And you can see the similarities in the city when I'm deep in the city, the prostitutes, the clubs, the restaurants, the Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis. Then you can see people selling stuff on the side of the road. But yeah, anybody can do it because you can build something small. You can build something the size of a small room on 1 acre or one plot, which is a quarter of an acre. And then you can continue to build on to that. You can get an outhouse on top of that. You can put electricity to that and get you an electric stove or whatever and live in that and do the ceilings nice and the walls nice. And all you got to do is get more cinder blocks. Put the foundation down and take your time. If you have somebody in your family who they might have just got out of prison, but you're working, there might be a cousin that say, hey, listen, let's do something together. I need you to go out to the motherland. I need you to sacrifice. And it's not going to be a bad sacrifice because you won't have to work out there in an economy that may not be too favorable. I'm going to send money every week, every month. And you make sure to get these materials and have this thing built, and it will be built quick, and you will live. We'll put you in a hotel until then. Now you can say you have a small dwelling in the motherland that in an emergency you can come to. Other family members can contribute to that. Make it a family project. See? And take your time. So ways can be done, but our lack of unity is what's holding us back. If we had a collective mentality like the Asians, I'm not putting them over us, but you know how they do. Most others will do. When it comes to us, we don't. And every race has their divisions and their different things. When it comes to giving us an opportunity, they ain't fighting for us. We got to fight for us. And I've been saying this for so many decades, even before social media knew who I was. I've been saying this from the days in the 90s when I was driving a dollar van in the Lincoln Town Car with celebrities. I've been saying this from way back in the day when I was doing bodybuilding as a teenager, in my early 20s. I used to always, we would come from the gym and talk this kind of talk. My father and my mother from back in the 70s, late 60s, 80s, all my life. Yeah, I had all them girlfriends and stuff like that, but I was still a revolutionary in my mind. That's me at the core. Me to sit up here and talk, and I'm passionate about this stuff. And that's the way it is, and that's the way it's always going to be. That's why YouTube can't discourage me. Take more of my videos. You're not going to stop me from talking. I'll get a bullhorn and talk and vibe with the people. I'm quite sure somebody in that line didn't like me leaving here and being the one that got away. The word is out on me. You have all of these YouTubers out here who interview people from the diaspora. You think they'd interview me? They ain't gonna do it. The word is out. And it's not paranoia. I can say a lot more, but no matter where you are, when you have that mindset, they don't want you to join on with your people who are there, or rather here. No, 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 it's a crime. And they must do everything to discourage you. And you can, look, I can't guarantee a timeline, but I can say if you are willing to go through a year of sacrifice, just 1 year, well planned, wouldn't it be 6 months? It don't mean you gotta do like me.
But wouldn't you say you don't have to do a 1 year sacrifice if whatever advice you give them to prepare for, they
It
can
wouldn't be
do
that
that?
long.
They can
Right.
avoid.
I'm just saying on a monetary level, if they had very little to no money at all and you well planned it, how much is a cinder block? How much is, and you do a 14 by 14, one room with another little room, and you get electricity in there, which is nothing because they bring it there. If you go closer to the city of Bree Mountains and you have it in their little fridge, whatever, all in one room. A lot of brothers are living in one room and renting it, roach infested, crime around, druggies wait to break in when you leave to go to work. You can do that out here peaceful. And guess what? You might meet a beautiful sister who wants to help you. I'll help you wash your clothes. I'll keep you company. It ain't all about just the hustle. They all ain't hustling. You have some really sweet young ladies out here. And may I add, built like a brick house and innocent, not trying to play you with it. And you have those too. Stay out of them clubs. Stay out of the city. It's beautiful. Look how quiet it is.
I gotta go.
I know
Look,
you have to go.
no, I'm tempted. No, I'm saying you making me. You keep you keeping me. No, do you see other Black Americans? Do you have any relationship? Do you see them? Do you have any relationship with the expat community?
I've had, but I don't have much. Not because I'm standoffish, I think I'm better. But many come with the wrong idea. And who am I to judge? Many come and they come for the fanfare. Many of them are feeling superior. They come without emptying the roaches out the boxes that they use to pack to move in. So they come with the toxicities a lot of time. And there's a lot of, how's he making it? Where he getting his money? Or I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And they're bragging about the businesses that they're starting, but they won't open up and say, hey, let's help some brothers out. Let's really work as a team. You got this talent. I need that talent. There are people who, when I first came out here with the big YouTube channel, bigger than normal, right? We know that shadow band probably had about 1 million subscribers. I don't know. But the biggest thing, oh, we can get interviews with Lance. And I would love to do it. And I started doing it. When I realized it was for the wrong reasons, and these people get mad at you and want to use you, and they see you again, you treated them nice, and they walk past you in the street because what they heard from somebody else. And what? Deal with me directly. There's so much envy. And this is why, and I have to say it. I'm not going to say, well, I'm a friend. And I know a lot. There was one who was selling property, an ex-pastor. I was tight with him until the calls came in. There are people listening to this very show right now that have been ripped off by this guy. $35,000, $65,000, $16,000. The calls started coming in. And I had to do a video and didn't say his name. But I warned people overall of the different scams. And sometimes those scams will come from people who come from the same place we come from. You gotta, just because they're an expat doesn't mean that it's all good. Because a lot of us are bruised coming from America. And a lot of us don't heal up right to the point where we keep our guard up against each other like we did back in America instead of dropping it down. Because, see, I look for ways to scrape all the peanut butter out of my jar. I look for ways to cleanse myself. I look for ways to take accountability to myself. I spend a lot of time to myself. I have a lot of time to think. And it's beautiful because I love myself, not in some wayward way where I think I'm better than anybody else, but that helps me to love other people and take time and patience with other people if they have a righteous intention. But there's a lot of venom. Let me tell you something. America has messed up many Black people and many people from the UK and wherever the others are. Our minds are so messed up. Many, and I'll say most, are going to live a life and never find that utopia that they think they can find by moving here or going anywhere else because they haven't cleansed the vessel. And they're going to walk with this stuff for the rest of their life. You see? And it's sad. But I have to avoid that. I have to avoid people who want to gossip about this one and that one. There is so much drama going on out here with the Black Americans here. Not all, but most. I'm saying it. There's things that have gotten back to me that I have confirmed and know. I'm like, what kind of foolishness is this? Just like sister on the other show that we did on witchcraft. And they say that there's an envy when they see a couple who's together and they'll start doing their spells and casting their spells and coming around you and wanting to give you gifts. And 9 times out of 10, couples that come out here together are apart. And I've seen it. And they were trying us. People close to us. And people that we just met. They want your man, not because they want your man because they want to take him from you. But I'm not saying all of them, but they want your man to dip into the resources a little bit that he can give, and that next man down the block, and that next husband. That you see what I mean? There's some vicious people out here, and there's some very nice people out here. Cleanse yourself, walk your journey, walk your path, treat people nice, keep them at arm's distance, vet them, vet them, vet them, vet them. Take your time, and you'll be all right. You'll have a handful of people that you know. There are people here that were born and raised here in Ghana that I can call right now if I needed anything. And I don't have to talk to them all the time. Males, females, some drop dead gorgeous females and friends are, man, you sure you ain't hitting that? I said, man, it's not like that. If I was, I'd tell you. I done did enough of that stuff. Look at my friend who I put up on the end of the show, Martha. If something was wrong with me now and Mrs. Scurv wasn't here, I can call her and she'll drop what she's doing and come all the way up here. There's brothers I know that would do the same thing. See, so you don't know what you're getting in the grab bag. But extract from here what it offers in abundance, cleanse yourself, and the right people will come to you. But don't let anybody prostitute the dream of being in the motherland to you for their benefit. There's a lot of that going on too. And so when I know you have to go, I don't have to go. I can stay up till the sun come up and sleep all day. But what I will say, I want to continue this conversation under the title that maybe you or somebody else would suggest, and rope it around to this kind of open discussion, where if there's anybody else who has something to offer that we can question them, or if you want to question me, I'm going to give it to you honest.
What would people in the chat want the title to be or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Right. And you can email me at lance@lancescurv.com. It's going to scroll across the bottom. And I'm complete. I have nothing to sell you. I'm not asking for nothing. You know what I mean? I'm just here. I'm not whispering because I'm saying something I shouldn't say. It's what, 2:10 in the morning? It don't bother me none. Like I said, when the workers are done, I'll be back to waking up early in the morning, and I'll still do shows a little later to accommodate the later thing. There'll be some conference shows that I'll do where I wake up at 5 in the morning. And when we go back to the 5-hour thing, it'll be a midnight show, but it'll be me waking up so I can keep up with it, right? So the studio will be here. I'll tell you this much. The guy who's going to do the stonework on the walls, he'll be coming in 2 or 3 weeks. It's going to be fabulous. I want to get the right tile to the floor. And when we get that, and we're gonna put some stripes back up, y'all. The black and yellow hazard stripes. It's not gonna dominate the whole place, but I'm gonna do it in a dope way. We're gonna bring back that nostalgia, that feel. And it's bigger than that little room I was in. So I can say it now because I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And blessings have come down to help facilitate that. And I'm forever thankful to those. But yeah, we can, whenever you're ready, just tell me. Tomorrow night, the next night, whatever. Until then, I'll just do little recordings, little lives, whatever. But we can get down. You tell me at the last minute, we'll set it up.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people they want to go to Ghana. Maybe at some point you could set up a tour. We could pay people. We could pay you to bring us there or whatever, but to visit. But then there's people who want to come, but they're scared or they don't know what to expect. So somebody like you would be a good, because you've been burned, you stepped on landmines, you know what to avoid, what not to avoid. So you've lived in an apartment, you're building a house, you've dealt with the locals, you've really dealt with the municipalities, all that. So I think that would be pretty valuable to streamline the conversation and get some questions in advance to ask or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, they could do that. They email me those questions in advance. And also what I would do, I'll do a live through the phone. We do the walk and talk, get the earpiece in, whatever, and we can talk as I'm out there. And somebody might say, hey, Lance, go over to that store, go inside and find out the price of this, or ask them this, where it's totally interactive. I'm out there and I'll go to a really nice area, you know, where we go and you'll see something different or just different areas. And it can be interactive. We can do that on a regular basis. It may not be every day, but that type of thing we'll do like once a week. I'll pick an area, let you know what it is, show you on the map, and we'll walk around. I'll walk. I walk more than I talk. I walk more than I talk. Provided it ain't pouring out raining, we going. I'll walk from the morning until the next morning. I'll run them batteries down. Yes, I will. Giant Gain in the house. Landon Price. Dexter Clark. Raw Reality.
No, thank you
Gift
for
is the name.
all this.
Nefertiti.
Yes.
Brother Bose.
Yes.
Who else? Who came on earlier? Who probably fell off.
Well,
Riri. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And this ties into the spirituality, because until we get to the afterlife on the other side, we gotta be spiritually prepared here. And part of being spiritually prepared is where your location is.
Yes. And being able to focus on that spiritual growth, away from chaos and that constant tension of survival that keeps you from going to the spiritual realm. I mean, I'm going to wake up early because I feel so good right now. I'm beyond the body.
Wow.
It's quiet. When I hit the pillow, I'm out. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to get to REM sleep like I'm in a Lamborghini. Takes about 5 hours. I get there in an hour and a half. Exactly. If I hear noise in the middle of the night, I know it's the brothers downstairs and they're going to start banging 6 in the morning. They ain't going to stop me. I'll be drooling the pillow. I'll get up when I get up. Maybe I'll get up tomorrow at, let me see, it's 2 o'clock now. I might get up at 10. I might get up at 12. I might get up at 8. Who knows? I might not go to bed. Listen, he's live again.
Now you're bragging. Now you're making you're throwing it in our face. I'm still working for the man. I don't know how many people listen are working for the man right now. No, the man. Why am I calling the man? I'm still working for the devil right now. Even that. Why? How did we even start calling him the man? Please.
I know.
Correct myself. I correct myself. I have sinned. Lord, I have sinned on this Sunday.
Oh, see, here it is. Here it is. It ain't throwing it in your face. It's throwing it in his face and motivation for everybody else who may want to come this way or come somewhere else. It don't mean you have to even come to Ghana. You might want to go to Gambia. You might want to go to Tanzania, Kenya. Who knows? A lot of things going on in Kenya right now. But like I said, it's a big world out there. And the main thing, if you never go anywhere, which you don't have to, but notice a big world. I was in Orlando, driving the bus for many years, stuck behind that big wheel, watching people come to Orlando and have vacations and looking down at the red light of the cars that they renting, they laughing and smiling and taking pictures and you're waving. And I know the same time tomorrow, I got to be right there for the same time point. Didn't get me depressed. I said, soon I'll be out of here. Wow. Somehow, some way. You construct your life and you project out there what it is that you want. It don't mean you tell the whole world, but in your mind, in your heart, with all your essence. It's like when Captain Kirk would get beamed up, he'd tell them and flip out the phones that we have similar phones and get beamed up. Well, it's the same thing. When you call on that person who's in that ship above, I'm speaking symbolic, and you say, I need to beam up into this next reality. There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you. If you had a plane ticket and had family in another country, you have to think that way. And you're going to take care of yourself. You've been in this life long enough to have the wits about yourself. Human nature is the same no matter where you go. It's a big world. And we talk about, yes, we're blessed and highly favored. I'm not throwing off on the Christians, but the world is yours. Do you go as a child, and I'll let you go after this, to the amusement park and stand by the entrance door and watch everybody ride? It's a big amusement park. You have the right to get on every ride. and find the ride that you want to ride 2 and 3 times over. Expand. This system, the colonizer system, closes your mind in.
Wow.
And when the house is done, and if the world seems a bit safer, I'm traveling all over here in the motherland and a little bit beyond. Because from over here, the tickets are cheaper than coming from, if I want to go over Kenya, it's cheaper than coming from America to Kenya.
Oh, that's
From
terrible.
America to Gambia, it's cheaper.
That's terrible.
See? It's cheaper.
That's terrible.
But then to sample all that and meet people, don't you know before COVID hit, there's a brother in Kenya, and I got to reach out to him. He wanted me to come because he was hooked up in the academe, just the colleges and stuff. And he wanted me to come as an American who was a middle class, blue collar worker to explain to them why I left America, what's waiting for them in America, and why it's best for them to keep their expertise and their education there where they are and build it up and still be. See, a lot of times we don't think of ourselves as world citizens. We're beat down American citizens.
Right.
And not even getting what an American citizen deserves. These folks they're bringing in, they're more American than the people who are there. They're getting everything. They're getting what you work hard for, the tax, the reparation, everything they're getting. And you work hard. That made no sense. That's the biggest slap in the face.
They get upset.
They hand out reparations. I'm gonna have my hand right on out. Yes, I am. But I ain't waiting for it. I am my reparation. God is my reparation.
Wow. Wow.
If it comes, fine. If not, reparation, repair. I'm repairing myself. Because reparations are not going to repair the minds of the people that are so messed up. That many of them can come to a different country and say, Akwaba, I'm in the motherland, and change your name and put it on Ankh and put it on a dashiki and still hate the next American that came here. Or dislike them.
Wow.
Because their house is a little bigger.
Wow.
Crazy. I'm going to let you go. I don't want to go, but I'm going to let you go.
Thank you for this show.
Oh, thank you for being here and hanging in there. 4 hours and 16 minutes. I love it.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Some classic ones. We're going to do the classic ones all the time. They're effortless. We get in the spirit and you talk. You know me. I'm transparent. I ain't got nothing to hide.
All right, Queen Nefertiti, over and out.
Yes. Thank you so much, sister. And I will speak to you another time.
Okay.
Thank you. Much love
Bye,
to you. Everybody. Yes. And I think I missed Renee Green, Reese. Let me see. Chance Rogers. I mentioned everybody else's name. Mad Guns. I know he must be sleeping by now. Sweet D. I was just running my mouth and not even looking in the chat room. But if I missed, Al Freetown. Yes. Oh my God. Last time I saw your brother was in Houston, Texas. Glad to see you here. Okay. I think I got everybody. Man, this is wonderful. Like I said, y'all know I got it in me. I've just been a little busy over here doing everything going. And Brother Kofi, yes. I know you probably fell asleep. Let me see here. Okay, I think I got everybody. But yeah, much love to you all. And we'll be back tomorrow night. Don't know what the topic's going to be, but you know it's going to go wherever it wants to go. It's not stuck on any one thing, but I'll title something that, because I want to speak about Sonia Massey for sure. And I want to have a call-in show people can call in and express themselves. And I kind of held back on speaking on that topic because I didn't want to be a cookie cutter reactionary type guy. I wanted to get the facts straight, get my feelings straight, because as one who has been beat down by 11 police officers back in 1989 in New York City, I get emotional when I see these things, especially when it's a sister being killed and shot. So I may swing 2 shows, may do something earlier and shorter where the people calling in decide how long it will go, because I hate to have limits. As you can see, I just thought we were going to come on for a little hour and a half. We got like 4 hours and 19 minutes. It doesn't bother me. None. I'm good. This is what I do. I can talk in my sleep. Mrs. Scurv did an experiment. I was fast asleep, and she took a microphone and put it 2 inches from my mouth. I was fast asleep, and I started talking. Well, I'm just playing with y'all. Anyway, I'm going to sign off right now, and much love to you all. And we'll be back. Just make sure if you're not subscribed to subscribe, share stuff, go onto the website and leave comments there. Join the WhatsApp group room. I drop a lot of the links there and extra things, little sayings and stuff. We're building up slowly but surely. We're going to get there, but the studio is coming soon. It's going to be nostalgic and much better and bigger. And I'm going to show out. I'm going to show out. Whatever we're talking about, I'm going to be uncensored and uninhibited. You know, they censor you on YouTube. So there'll be other platforms that we get on. We let it all hang out. Conference room style, show style, everything, shorts, everything. We're going to go off. Right? So anyway, let me hit the sack. But I'm going to do the wrong thing and eat and then go to bed, which you shouldn't do. But I got to get it tonight. Sometimes you just got to break the rules. All right, y'all? Take care. Much love.
Hello, this is Martha. Actually, today I got to meet my friend Lance. Yes, I got to meet my friend Lance. This is my first time meeting him in person, and he's a very kind man, seriously. I do talk with him on phone, on WhatsApp, but I've never got to meet him. But today, it's just extraordinary. He's very, anything you want to know about life, anything you want to know about just human, anything you want to know about life, please. YouTube, Telegram, Instagram, Twitter, all the social media channels, you got to find him there. He's very inspiring. He's very positive. If you want anything positive about life, please subscribe to Lancescurv. And then every day you got to see different videos, different talks, different topics about life. See you.